review these drawings?
Yes, I have reviewed all of the drawings, both for consent and the regular agenda.
Okay, and do you have any comments about item C3, please?
Oh, C3, no, I have no items, or I put okay on my notes.
Okay, Danny, you're here, right?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
I am not in that same world with Claire. I reviewed them very carefully, and I think, David, can you go to PDF page 19, please?
Hello? Hi, Adam, how are you? Listen, I kept the
Claire, turn off your mic.
my MBAR meeting.
Right.
Don, can you tell me what sheet it is? Because the way they're labeled, I can't tell what sheet.
It's probably the last sheet or the second to last sheet. It's the details. Yeah, right there. Danny, these are 1/2 inch equals a foot. And I would normally expect details to be at something like 1.5 inches. And the reason that I bring it up is that I'm not sure that this thing is fully figured out yet, which I think which is why we have details. For instance, on the elevations, you call out copper as the material up there on the top at the roof band, but on these drawings, you're calling out bronze. You have,
Well, the color, is a bronze. Naturally weathered copper has a bronze appearance, and I think just to clarify that, shiny copper is not.
well, it calls out copper on one sheet and bronze on another. And David, can you just focus in on the head detail of that, please? Right up there. Thank you. I'm not sure that we know how all of this is connected. And the reason I bring it up is that I think that the connection between that exposed beam and that header and that door system is going to be different than what you have shown. Not that you can't solve it. I'm fully expecting that this can get solved. But this, in my world, does not have the same kind of thorough understanding that we see in most typical wood frame buildings. Now, I understand that you're taking on something different here, but I don't see that you've solved the problem that we normally see solved with wood frame buildings. And I can't, in good faith, recommend for approval based on that. So I would like you to take another 2 weeks and really dig into all of this. And do you have a contractor online yet on board?
No, but we've worked in detail with the structural engineer and how this system, I think that the sections are, the detailed sections we felt were more appropriate for this project because the shell is there, the tank is there, what the finish is. And I know the board is concerned with, the appearance and the insets of things, and are the windows inset or are they flush? And so I think there's a lot of technical details as we work through the construction permit plans over the next few months. But this is a pretty far along project for MBAR Final in my experience. And, the systems, which is a structural system and how it sits inside the frame, the door and window company that we're working with, which is a steel door and window company. I mean, we've had interactions with all these components, and I think that's just a mislabeling of bronze, citing its copper as noted on the material board with the intention of having that dark bronze look.
But what you have created here is dissimilar materials. And if you remember back to your chemistry or physics classes,
I'm well aware of that.
Yeah, you're going to have galvanic reaction, which means you're going to be creating leaks with this project, okay? Which I don't think you nor I nor anybody else wants you to have that. I think we all think this is a very nice project and we want to make sure it's done properly.
Absolutely.
So I can't recommend this for final as it's submitted without having you dig in deeper, probably it's something like 1.5 inches to a foot, and actually show some of these connections properly and consider the issues that you've created for yourself by having dissimilar materials here.
Mhm.
Now, you can still go in the building department. We're not, this comment will not stop you from going into the building department. And there's a lot of stuff that you're going to deal with on that too. For instance, I don't know if they're going to get picky about this, but thermally broken steel beams, there is no such thing. So I don't know if you're going to get stuck with that or not. You may need to talk with some people, but so that's where I'm coming from with this. And it's not just this head detail, it's all of the details that you have here. So that's where I'm coming from. I don't know if Claire wants to take another position than that, or David's also on. He tends not to speak, but if he would like to speak, I'm certainly willing to have him make comments, but that's where I'm coming from with this.
Okay.
David, do you want to say
Yeah.
anything, or do you want
No,
to?
I think on the consent agenda, I'm not participating, so.
Okay, so Danny, I'm going to recommend that we continue this till a future meeting, and with the comment to prepare finished details at a scale larger than 1/2 inch equals a foot. Okay?
Okay.
And please take a look all the way through. Every connection and how that's going to work. Okay, so are we back with Robert Mel? Item number C1. Okay.
This is Katie Null. I'm the planner. We do have Kim from RPM. She's on the phone. So if you could
Okay.
unmute her mic, she can speak.
Are you on now? Hello?
So it looks like she's a panelist, but it looks like she's still muted.
Could you unmute yourself, please? David or Sharon, can you unmute her from your controls?
I don't have that control, John.
And Sharon, can you unmute it? We have a phone call that's muted. Can you unmute it?
Katie, what's her name?
It's Kim.
It's just a phone number on the sheet.
Oh, you need to, for a phone number unmute, you need to *6.
Can
If
you
you
type
hear me-
*6 then, please? Ah, there you go. Okay.
Okay, there. Now I'm unmuted. Hi, this is
Hi.
Kim Cornell. I'm sitting in for Rob Mell today.
And Dave Mendro, can you go to PDF page 14, please? It's,
See if I-
And I think they approved it, from my understanding, last go around, and it was just written up incorrectly. It was written on the agenda as preliminary. No, it was written up as
They still need to.
conceptual.
Motions. They
Okay.
still need to go ahead and
so
officially,
David,
it wasn't approved last time.
can you go
It was
back?
not.
No,
Can you go back?
Okay.
I like it, but that's here actually to be looked at and approved officially.
Okay, so
Okay.
David, can you go to that upper drawing? There's 2 windows with those beams that are still sitting out there. Thank you. That's it, right in there,
Right here,
right
John?
there.
yeah, that's the one. That's the
Okay.
Are
issue.
you on A 4.2?
4.1,
4.1, okay.
upper right-hand corner. This window and outrigger has not been done right. She can't see it, unfortunately. And
Oh,
we talked about it last time. And
I can see the drawings. I am I'm looking at a 4.1
Upper right-hand
and
corner.
upper. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to on a 4.1. Those are existing drawings.
Excuse me.
That's how it is today. And
It
the
says proposed west elevation.
yeah, okay. So are you looking at the lower, right above the basement windows?
Yes,
Those outriggers? Yeah,
yes.
so Rob suggested that we put 4 instead of 3, which I have done. And so he said that that was the only thing that was bothering one person, that one that was going right over the window, the lower window to the right. And that it wasn't that big of a deal, that nobody else really wanted to comment on it.
David?
That it was being picky, but we are happy to put 4 there instead.
Okay, so David, can I ask you a question? It seems to me that it's either 2 or nothing. What do you think about that?
2 beams or nothing?
Yeah, 2 outriggers or no outriggers at all.
Well, my understanding is that we're going to put 4 and reduce the depth so it didn't conflict with the window. That's what I.
Yeah, that's what I remember. That they
Okay,
said
very good.
they said they would do 4. We have drawings that don't, and so for me, I until we have correct drawings, I don't think we can move this forward. I mean, we could give it preliminary and then put it back on final app.
Okay, so we started with none, and you suggested we put 3. So we did 3, and now you're suggesting we either do none or 4. And I did draw.
3.
So ma'am, I don't remember your name. Could you tell me that, please? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. My name is Kim Cornell.
Kim. Okay, so Kim,
Yeah.
do you know the depth of the beams that would be there, please, if it was 4?
Let's see. I think they stick out the same amount as, let me get to this other drawing real quick. It'll be my section.
We got to keep going, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what page number are you looking at?
So
if you've got drawings,
Kim, do you
I'm
have
on
that
A
answer?
3.2,
A3.2.
section D, and you can see where it sticks out. In section D,
Do you have a depth? A depth,
yeah.
please.
Well, I can make it however you guys suggest. So I can make it.
No, that's not our job.
Well, okay. So I would do it flush with the pop out. That's
John,
how,
this just needs to come back.
No, it's too small a project. Okay, so is that okay with you, Claire?
Well, but we don't have a drawing in front of us that we can approve. That's my point.
Okay.
We're discussing about this, and we're asking it's on for preliminary and final approval, but we don't have a drawing that we can approve.
Kim,
At final.
Kim, can you please go and figure this out in the next minute or 2 and then jump back in? We still need to do item C2. Is there anybody here for item C2, please?
okay.
Nobody? Okay, Claire, did you review these drawings?
Yes.
Do you have any comments?
Yes, I do have a comment, is that the landscape screening that shows on I think it's the site plan, that screening is actually not part of this project. It's outside of the it's not planted on the property's owner, this property. That screening, the screening is it's a screening hedge, and that hedge is going to get removed because it's planted in the right of way. So I'm unwilling to actually move this forward until I see a landscape plan that provides screening along the road.
So you're item C2 or is item C1?
I'm on C2.
Okay, David, you're on the wrong drawing here.
No.
No,
Oh.
David's on the wrong drawing.
Oh, yeah, right. That's right.
All right.
Item C2, please, David.
I didn't realize you were switched.
That's okay, not a problem.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So let's see.
Did I go to the site plan or is there a landscape plan at the end?
Well, there's a site. Well,
Yes, that's it.
that's
So,
it. Okay, so
first
this
time around
hedge, right here that is shown, which is the property line, is where the property line is. This hedge is in the right of way. So for me, I would like to propose, I need a landscape plan that shows a hedge along this street
They
frontage.
asked us at the very first go around at conceptual to present a very basic landscape plan. We didn't have to get a landscape architect, just give them something that they can see that what is out there existing today. All this is existing.
I understand.
They're not changing any of the landscape.
Well, okay, then they're not, I get that. They're not changing the existing landscaping. And in order for me to feel confident that there's going to be screening, I need screening shown on the plan.
Okay, we can, where the garage is that where you're referring
No,
to?
it's the
You want
screening along the frontage road, right? The front of the property. And right now, in the plan that I'm looking at, the landscape planting plan, you show a hedge which is not on your property.
Oh, so
And so that hedge is.
at the property line, there's a whole bunch of eucalyptus trees.
Okay, so
and
Kim,
they're so grown up.
Kim,
Yes.
we're not on your project,
We're
okay?
talking about two different projects right now. Let's,
Okay, so we're not on your project, Kim, so,
Okay, got you. I
Okay.
had no idea what you, thank
That's
you.
fine.
Okay, that makes sense.
okay, so,
So for me, John, I'm unwilling to
okay,
approve
that's
this
fine.
project until I see screening along the frontage road.
okay, and also, this is inconsistent with our LRV of 84 or less, so I know how to make a motion for that. And now, Kim, we do need to keep going. Did you figure out a depth of that beam or not?
Yes, 2'6".
Depth of the beam, not the length. How tall is it? It's a
Okay.
4 by something, a 6 by something?
Okay, yeah, I have it. I have
Please.
a 6x10 beam. Purple.
You have a 6 by 10 now shown?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm ready to go
And
on.
if you, okay.
Thank you very much, Kim. If you wanted to stay online, you might be helpful. And so,
Okay.
Sam Maphis, I understand you're running the meeting. I am done with this at this point. Thank you, Claire, for your insights.
do we need C3?
We did C3 already, yeah.
Okay.
And Sam, you were muted. There you go.
Yeah, thanks, John. I was waiting for you guys to conclude and just sitting out. I can turn on my video now, hopefully. So there I am.
Hello, are we
So
starting?
So how many members do we have here with us today? John and Claire, I know. Dave is here. Tip, I heard.
Yeah,
Dawn,
Chip, yeah.
Dawn with us today?
Let me see. Yes,
I don't-
Don's here.
Okay, good. So the
Here I
only,
am.
the only one missing is our leader, Bill, and he's asked me to step in to chair the meeting. So I will officially open the March 25th Montecito Board of Architectural Review meeting. At this point, I'd like to ask if there's any public comment for any item that may not be on our agenda today, general comment. Now's your time to speak. You see anyone in the audience, Sharon?
No, no one has their hands up, and I have not received anything, Sam. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Then we go to an agenda status report. Is the one that we are looking at complete, or has there been any deletions or additions?
We do have an item that has, yesterday, was item 4, the WB Real Estate LLC.
Oh,
That now has been removed,
Yes.
so we will not hear that today. Okay, Tom Meany.
Do you
Katie,
need a motion?
hold on. Katie, are you?
I would need a motion to, do we want to carry it forward? Do we want to?
Yeah. Well, let me, the next agenda is closed, so I'm put it on the April 22nd.
I would like to move to continue item number 4, 1071 East Mountain Drive to a future agenda.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, Sharon. Anything else?
No, thank you. Can we, go, periodically, like maybe after number 2, make that announcement that number 4 has been continued? I know that
Yes.
there was a neighbor that was interested, and I'm trying to.
No, that'll help people in terms of their timing or what have you.
I'll say something out loud. Thank you, Sam.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sharon. So then the meeting minutes of March 11th need to be considered. Any board members have anything important to adjust? Start with you, John.
Thank you. You threw me a little bit there, requiring things be important, but we'll give it a shot. Item 2, please. Comment number 1. Does anybody know what the following sentence means in relationship to this project? Consider more details to make the sandstone more traditional in appearance.
oh, we're doing the minutes. Okay.
Right there, it's the second sentence in comment number 1. Consider more details to make the sandstone more traditional in appearance.
Well, that was to try and just not look like a plaster wall, but to have window sills or a lintel or some definition to make the stone really look like natural stone.
Okay, so let's change it to consider head and sill detailing to make the sandstone more traditional. How's that, Don? Is that good?
That's fine.
Yeah, okay, very good. Thank you. I remember that was your comment. Okay, item number 4. Did you get that, Alex?
Got it.
Okay, thank you. Item number 4, comment number 1. Too much garage carport space between existing and proposed. What? I don't understand what that is either.
It's the cumulative of the two of what they're existing on top of what is being proposed as an addition to that.
That was Claire's comment, yes?
You mean too
Yeah, I
much,
believe
too
that.
much garage carport space between existing and proposed?
That was your comment. There were 2 garages and you said, I can't vote for it because it's too much.
Yeah, because, yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that's what I meant. There was too much, that's exactly what I said. Too much garage carport space between existing and proposed.
I'll just say,
believe-
given what is existing and proposed.
I think that it was 1 member believes. Is that a correct statement, or do other people concur with Claire's comment?
Well, it says that 1 member does not support the project.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, so is everybody good with that comment then?
I think it's confusing because they're both been built, right?
Well,
Maybe we just say there's too much space. That's the confusing part.
Yeah, this was this whole as-built thing, and then staff had proposed this little 10-foot wide thing to hook it up together. And if this is this project, and that, that's just to fix it. Because this is, this was all as-built, and I couldn't support an as-built project that was not designed given the standards that we require of other people. So that's why I said what I said.
What do members want to do with this? I was confused when I read it. The minutes are supposed to reflect what happened in the meeting. And to be clear, what do other members want to do? I was confused when I read this.
Well,
Can it just say too much garage carport space given what is existing and proposed?
Yes, that's better. I think it's not space. I think the word is area.
Okay.
I think that would make it clear.
okay, that's fine.
Okay, item number 8, please. The motion carried by a vote of 6-0. Mathis was absent, so isn't it 6-0-1 or
No, we don't count absent.
then don't we normally say Mathis absent?
I should have done that, yes.
Okay, so could you add that, Mathis absent? And again, in the next one, item number 9, Mathis absent.
Yes.
And then again in item 10.
Wow,
Mathis
I'm on a
absent.
roll. I will.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anyone else have any comments on the minutes of the March 11th, excuse me? I was not there, so I don't have any comments. So
Were you absent?
I was absent on many items, all items.
All items.
Okay, so I will move for approval of the minutes of April 11th. As
March 11th.
Thank you very much. March 11th as amended.
Thank
Do
you.
I have a second? Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Dawn.
Thank you, Don. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I've got some background noise. It's a little hard to hear everybody, and I'm sorry if you hear things on my mic. They're jackhammering the project directly across the street. So I feel like I've been in the dentist office for about a week, but I'll attempt to keep everything as audible as I can. So
We can't hear the jackhammering, Sam.
Oh, good, Claire. I didn't know because it's so loud.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you could hear background, but you know how that is.
I don't hear anything.
I don't hear it either.
Good, thank you. So now we'll go on to the Montecito consent agenda. There were 3 items, and I'll ask the board members how that review went.
Okay, well,
C1.
it was its own unique meeting. Item C1, I would recommend approval with the applicant to specify that the 3 outriggers be no larger than 6 by 8. And that's
Okay.
all, okay? And
Was
I'm
that
ready-
agreeable to the applicant?
She on, I don't see her any longer.
This is preliminary, so we should ask for public comment too.
Oh, I forgot to
Oh,
do
yeah.
that at the.
No, I can I will do that. Do we have any public comment on item C1, 2240 Canyon Road?
We don't have anyone. Thank you, Sam.
Okay, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Could we make a preliminary motion with that condition? John?
Preliminary final, I'd move for preliminary final with the applicant to specify that the outriggers be no larger, on the west elevation, be no larger than 6 by 8.
And so now we're going back to the idea of only having 3.
Of 3, yeah.
Okay, okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think didn't we originally recommend 4 and now we're back to 3?
So
Just
that
trying to
motion,
find, yeah.
that motion on the floor, Claire, would you second that motion?
Yes, I'll second that. I just wanted to clarify because we kept talking about 3 and 4.
So any more discussion or are we ready for a vote?
We're ready for a vote.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's
Mr.
item
Chairman,
C1.
item C2. Okay, the applicant was not on. We noted 2 items that needed to be.
I'm here.
revised. Ah,
Yeah,
what do you want to do,
I
Mr.
was
Chairman?
on, but for some reason I lost you guys.
What do you want to
Well,
do,
I
Mr.
think-
Chairman?
I'd like to hear what the board members decided, but then I'll definitely give you time to discuss what you're hearing. So, John, do you want to kind of summarize what the board did so far?
Yeah. David, can you go to item C2, the site plan? This board has been concerned about overly white buildings in Montecito, and we have been consistent with not approving white colors with a LRV of over 85, over 84. Yours is 85.38. And I'd like,
Okay.
okay, so if you'd like, we can either have you specify it right now if we can do it quickly, or I can just make that as a condition of approval. And Claire, do
Sure,
you want
that's
to go?
fine.
Claire, did you want to talk about the screening?
Yes, what I had said when we were talking about this is that, yes, the landscape in and around the project is appropriate, but there would need, for me to approve the project, I would need to have a screening hedge along the property line of North Jameson, but it's a hedge that is planted on your client's property. The hedge that is shown on the landscape plan and also on the site plan that we just looked at, that is not planted on your property. That is planted on Caltrine's right-of-way. And given I happen to know what's going to happen there, that hedge is going to go away, so there will be no screening on this property. So I need, in order for me to approve it, I need the hedge to go on your property, not on Caltrine's property. Is that clear?
Well, right now there's a 6-foot redwood fence on that line on our side of the hedge on our property.
That's correct. So then planting a hedge should go on your side. And
on our side of the fence. So the fence doesn't count for enough screening. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Given in this area, your owner is going to want this screened. Let me tell you. Given what's coming.
I am the owner.
Oh, you
I'm
are the owner. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
And I know what's coming because it's already happening.
Yeah, and so I mean, if the 6-foot fence is fine, except you're not going to. Then everybody's going to be looking right into your property. If that's what you want, then that's fine. I'll let it go. But we usually require.
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you have a proposal, Matthew, as to if you were to provide a hedge, what material you would use?
I have the opportunity to get some ficus trees to line that whole inside of our fence.
Good. there you go.
Is that what you propose to do then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, please. I'd like
Please.
to, is that okay with everybody?
Yep, that's good.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion. Number one, I'd like to move for preliminary approval, preliminary and final approval. Excuse me. We need to ask for public comment. My mistake.
Oh, right. Sorry, John, jumping in. Public comment, anyone here to speak on 127 Loureiro? How do you pronounce that road?
Arreo.
Road.
Arreo.
Oreo. Thank you, Claire. Anyone there, Sharon?
No, thank you, Sam. There's nobody.
Okay,
Okay, well-
in that case, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move for preliminary and final with the following two conditions. Number one, the applicant to provide a color for the planner to review with a light reflective value, LRV, of 84 or less, and to provide screening along Jameson Lane with, what was the material again, please?
Ficus,
Ficus.
Ficus nitida.
Nitida, isn't it nitida? Yeah, that's what I would
Yeah.
say.
Okay, and I'll leave it to Sam and Claire to provide that spelling if the planner, if Alex needs it. So,
FICUS, I believe.
okay, so, and that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Well, there were only two votes there.
I know we've got one from Tip. Are you there?
Yeah,
Dave, are you there?
I supported it, yes.
I support it too.
Okay, that's enough.
Okay.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item C3 is on for final only. This is the
Thank you very
water.
much.
Thank you. Good luck with that project. Item
I
C.
appreciate it.
Item C3 was Danny Long.
No, it says Jennifer Siemens.
Well,
Okay,
Danny Longwell is the
yeah.
architect.
Oh, he
okay.
is, okay.
And
trees.
it's the water tank. That's-
Okay.
Okay. I propose to continue this item. The details that they provided were at 1/2 inch equals a foot and were really more glorified sections than they were details. And he also had some dissimilar materials that over time, and probably not too much time, would start eroding. They were like bronze and iron and copper all in the same area. So I would recommend that we continue this to a future meeting with him to more flesh out the details similar to what we normally see for wood frame buildings.
Okay, John, was the applicant there to discuss that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and they understand your intent?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. No need for public comment till we're ready for a final motion. So it's continued? You have a
Yeah.
motion for
I would
continuance?
recommend to continue it. Yes.
Have a second? I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
That's
Okay,
all I
thank
have,
you.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, John and Claire, for doing that, and also Dave for juggling all of the consent calendar. That was a long one today.
Yeah.
Numero 5, MBAR members, any information that you want to brief us on, members, of anything going on?
Sam, I need to step down on items 2 and 6 today.
Thank you, Dave. Anybody else going to step
Yeah,
down?
this is Don. I have an appointment around 4:30 to 4:45. So at some point I'll be stepping away. But we may be
Okay.
finished. I don't.
I
Yeah, we
hope
might
we're
be
finished,
done.
We need
because
to.
I have,
Oh, 2-6, okay.
Dave,
What's that,
you're
Sharon?
out for item 2 and what?
6.
Tip,
I,
you're gonna step down, right?
No, item 4 has been continued.
Oh, right, that's the one you were gonna, okay.
That's the one.
tip there. I need to finish by 5:30 because I'm going to get my vaccine, my first shot today.
Good for you,
Congratulations.
yay!
I have to run out. So let's go to staff updates. Alex, Sharon, anything for us?
No, thank you.
Just to let you know, I'll be, Travis Seawards will be stepping in for me at around 3-ish or so to finish through the rest of the time.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. Then we'll start the standard agenda. Item number 1, the Walsh Garages at 1225 East Mountain Drive. It's a conceptual review for an as completed conversion of a carport into a garage of 427 square feet and an as-built 3-car garage of 557 gross square feet. No grading is proposed and no trees are proposed to be removed. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Sophie Calvin, I'm on.
Welcome, Sophie. Why don't you go ahead and read your
David,
present your
that's,
item.
David, that's item C1, not
I
item
just
1.
noticed that, John. Thank you.
Okay.
Give Dave a minute to get the drawings rolling for you, Sophie.
Great. Okay, so this project is at the corner of East Mountain Drive and Riven Rock. This property did have mud debris flow that came through the driveway, and what you'll be seeing is the western side of the project. Can we go to the next page? Who's monitoring the pages?
Dave Mendro is
Oh,
handling
Dave.
it.
Okay. Oh. yeah.
It takes a second for it to catch up, so.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Okay, so the top row, unfortunately, these are in black and white. The top row represents the existing as-built, unpermitted through a garage that they built. So we'd like to legalize this detached 3-car garage. The row below is an existing permitted carport that we would like to add the garage door, which they've already done, on the front of that. So you see the glass doors mimicking the same on the other garage, matching the plaster of the house. Both of them are detached. I have included these in the FARs. Both these garages plus the square footage of the house takes us to 83%. We go to the site plan. Skip the next page, which is details. Yeah, there you go. Can you zoom out a little bit? Okay. I've been in touch with Karen Sullivan over at Flood Control and discussing what you see on here is the floodway, floodplain, and drip and the debris flow. Those overlays that you see are different shades of gray are wrong. Karen Sullivan said, this is clearly a mistake and it's happened before in other areas on the FEMA maps. So what she's requested of me, first of all, she had looked at the FEMA maps and believes that the closest line or the floodway line is nowhere near the garage. It actually sits somewhere in Riven Rock. I didn't have time to revise the drawings and get these to you because I just talked to her on Monday. So there will not be a concern that this building can't be there because it's in the floodway. And I'll have to come back with the next meeting showing where those lines are. So the board understands what's going on. But that garage is proposed to stay where it currently is. And that's the one that projects a little bit further out towards the house to the west. And then the carport is just down there. Yep, that is tucked away and has been there for a number of years. We just want to enclose it. So when the debris flow came through here, it wiped out that storage building that had all of their artwork in, or most of their artwork in. So it was a great loss for them, and enclosing it is really important to them. So if we can go to the next page. So this is the existing carport. Like a show, we're just showing the garage door. If we go to the next page. This is the 3-car garage. Next page. So I want to give you context of what the house looks like. So in the upper, you see the west elevation, you see the garage doors, you see the house beyond, kind of a contemporary house. Just wanted to give you context for the garages. Next page. So this is the existing condition because it is an as-built 3-car garage, and then the open carport storage area just to the right of that. Next page. So these are the existing, with the existing 3-car garage that you see, open space. That's the open carport page. Or is that it? Dave, is there
Is that
another
your-
page after that?
Is that your presentation, Sophie?
Is there
Oh,
another
there's 2 more sheets if you want me to.
Oh, yeah. So we were working with flood. The garage will have to have clear water vents going from the north to the south side. We're working with Karen Sullivan on that to get the approval. And then just a simple electrical plan. You saw on the elevations, there was a light fixture that we had proposed that met night sky compliance. So the color of the garage will match the plaster of the main house color.
So is that your presentation?
It is, that picture does not show the garage. This is an older photo.
Okay, so I'll go to
That's my presentation.
questions.
Yeah.
At this point, there's questions about anything presented from the board. Tip, would you like to start us?
Yes, what is the distance between the garage from Ribbon Rock? Can you go to the site plan, please?
Yeah. So you see the 50-foot setback from Ribbon Rock coming into the property on the right, on the left side of that page where it says gate. So that darker gray area.
Which line is a 50-foot line?
Yeah, so that 50-foot is center line of road to that front setback, right, from Ribbon Rock. So I'm measuring with my fingers just on screen. It's a little less than 50. I would say it's like 40 feet in from edge of road, or 40 feet. Yeah.
From edge of gate or edge of road?
That's setback, Sam, or whoever's doing that.
Yeah.
Edge of road is to the left of the gate.
So it's 50 feet from more than 50 feet?
I would say it's more like 45 feet from edge of Ribbon Rock to the closest point of the garage.
Yeah, but from center of road.
Oh, I would say center of road, like 75 to 80 feet.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that it, Tip?
Yep.
Dawn, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Please describe the material of the existing garage door.
Steel or aluminum. It's aluminum frame with a opaque glass.
Will the mullions be the same in both doors, or will the new door be much larger between mullions?
Right. Can you go? We show those as an elevation.
Is it showing?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, right there. So you see that both the 2-car garage doors match, and then the single bay of the 3rd car, the mullions are a little, more square than they are horizontal, the glass area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Don. Dave, do you have any questions?
Yes, I'm curious to know the visibility of these garages to the surrounding street and neighborhood.
I'll be happy to explain it to you.
Yeah, no, these are questions for you to answer. What kind
Okay,
of
so the
screening?
corner of Mountain Drive where it turns into Ribbon Rock, that's where the most debris flow came through this property. So they have fortified that upper Mountain Drive section where it starts to turn into Ribbon Rock with this grass that I don't know the name. It grows very deep, and it's almost like a solid barrier for debris flow. So there's a lot of screening along that side, all the way down until you get to the gates on Ribbon Rock, and those are 6-foot solid wood gates. So it's pretty well screened there. That is the second driveway on Ribbon Rock. Their primary driveway is off Mountain Drive.
Okay, but in these plans and photos, you don't have anything that's
I
documented?
don't, I'd be happy to show those next time,
Okay,
the
thank you.
context of all the screening around the property.
Great. Thanks, Dave. Is that it?
Yes, thanks.
All right, Claire, any questions?
Yes, we actually have two entrances into this property. Is that correct? And the owner uses both of those entrances, so they enter into from River Rock, or they come in from East Mountain Drive. Is that correct?
East Mountain Drive is more the primary driveway. They use that probably 85% of the time. The other is more convenience for the storage, of course, as well as the garage, but the other driveway has quick access to the garage as well.
Where is the existing pool equipment?
Oh,
I see it. I just found it. Oh my God, I just found it. Thank you. I couldn't find it earlier when I was looking, but I think I see it. Okay. And is there any impact of noise from that pool equipment to the neighbor to the south of this project?
Well, they got a permit for the pool, so I'm sure that the pool equipment had to be less than 64 decibels. And it's 10 feet off the property line because I could see the side setback there is 10.
Okay, yeah, that was just a question. I was kind of curious about that because we don't ever review pools. See, so we don't know.
Thanks, Claire. Is that it?
Yes.
John, do you have any questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Sophie, do you know how close the primary residence is to both the garage and the primary residence to the, I guess it's now a storage unit or proposed storage unit?
Yeah, thanks, John, for bringing that up. If you stay on that image, do you see the area where it says residence and there's a contour line going through the house at 620? You move a little bit to the left, there's a different shaded area there. Do you see that color contrast? See the hatching, the lines?
Yeah.
That is an open deck. That is not a structure, that is an open deck. So the rest of the gray is the outline of the living space. That is an open deck. You go down the stairs. To your left, you would have the storage unit. You go a little outside, and then they have the detached 3-car garage.
Okay, so are you aware that in the Montecito Development and Land Use Code, that the distance between primary residences and any detached accessory structure is 10 feet?
Coastal 10, I thought inland 5.
Willow, are you there? Or Alex?
I believe it's the opposite. I believe it's 10 inland, 5 coastal.
I think Alex is right.
Yeah.
And therefore, do you make that requirement or not? Can just about?
I'd have to go verify. I don't know that.
Okay, very good. So thank you for answering the question. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. So just to follow up on that, Alex, would this, in true sense of permit application, need a variance because of that proximity being what looks like 2 feet or less?
I mean, I don't think a variance is a tough hurdle to pass. I don't think we would grant a variance for that. I think they're better off trying to connect the structures.
Okay, so my question then to Sophie as a follow-up
relocate it.
Is what is the distance we're seeing between your hatched line of existing and the back of that new 3-car garage?
Yeah, there's a section where the house projects further in. I would need to verify that. I would be guessing it's 2 to 3 feet right now, but I don't want to really cement that dimension.
Certainly it looks close enough that it could be attached, or
I think that if we attach it, but what's the attachment? Is it a 5-foot common wall or an 8-foot common wall? Alex?
5.
We'll let you work that out.
I believe 5.
Yeah, right. This is here for conceptual, guys. I don't think
Correct,
we
yep.
need to be redesigning it until we
So
actually.
I'd like to see if there's public comment. Is there anyone to comment on this in the audience?
Nobody's hands are raised and I haven't received any letters. Thank you, Sam.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and have some comments and deliberations from the board. I'll just go in opposite order. John, you want to chime in?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that it's basically two issues in my mind. One is the basic zoning issues, which looks like it's going to need to do a little bit of work. And I'm sure that between Delaney and Sophie, they'll figure out something. I assume they will. Number two, architecturally, they single story, they seem modest, they seem consistent. So I think I can support this project from an architectural standpoint of view once they figure out the zoning aspects to it. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. How about you, Claire?
I have really no issues with the architecture. I would like to request of Sophie that at least you, on your site plan, which is right on the screen, which looks great, that you actually lay out where the perimeter screening landscape is.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at the overheads, I know that there's lots there, but we just don't see it on this drawing. So, I mean, just rough it in, just, you know.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's all.
Claire. How about you, Dave? Any comments?
Yeah, that's my concern, is the visibility of the project. So when you come back, I'd appreciate documentation of the existing screening, especially what's on your property. I'm also concerned about the visibility of the garage. So photographs showing its visibility from the street beyond the gate would be helpful. And I would also ask that if the owners can actually access that garage from the other driveway, would you all be open to considering not having that gate that's opposite the garage if it is visible from the street? So if you could come back and take those questions into consideration.
Okay.
Good comments. How about you, Don? Anything
Well,
concerning you?
as I mentioned, I think that it's important that the two garage doors, the three garage doors match, or at least be depicted as being very close to the background color of the glass. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. How about you, Tip?
I don't have any other additional comments. Thank you.
Okay, just to wrap it, I too think that that's a lot of garage doors facing Ribbon Rock. So the screening of that bank of doors, garage doors, is important. And I didn't ask this before, but is that a solid back gate or is that an open gate, the
solid
service
gate.
gate secondary?
Solid.
Solid, okay, thank you. So documentation of the screening, and it does seem, as Dave commented, that there's a lot of paving. It wraps around that whole kind of northwest and west side, north side. So there's a way to screen and soften and remove some paving in the overall scheme. Maybe you can document that for us a little bit. With that, I think it's just comments only, right, for conceptual?
Yep.
So thank you for that. See if you can clear some of those zoning and screening issues up for us, and we'll see you soon, Sophie.
So what level am I coming back to next?
Mr.
Wanted
Chairman,
to come back for.
Mr. Chairman, this is a small enough project. If she gets it cleaned up with zoning, do board members feel that this needs to come back to the full board, or is this a small enough project we can just send it back to the consent calendar or over to the consent calendar?
I think it needs to
No.
go back to the full board and
Okay, very good.
demonstrating that it's screened.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Can I ask
Okay.
also what level?
It could come back for preliminary final, I think, the full board.
Well, that's up to the planner. The planner needs to do that.
Well, just to clarify, we look to you all to tell us what it comes back to, but then the planner will decide when it comes back.
Oh,
So
got
that
it.
we
Sorry.
ensure that we resolve all planning issues before scheduling for preliminary.
Because there's multiple issues, maybe we should just bring it back for preliminary. Would everybody feel more comfortable?
Yeah,
No, I disagree strongly. And the reason is if we don't want to give it final, we won't give it final. But if we don't have it agendized for final, there's no chance for her to get it without an additional meeting. So,
Okay, so let's recommend that to come back for preliminary final.
and we'll
full
see what
board.
happens. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Full board. Okay. So that's the consensus.
Yes.
Let's move on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Now we'll go to item 2. This is Sampson Trust new entry gates at 605 Cowles Road. It's a conceptual review for new driveway entry gate, trash enclosure, and emergency backup generator. Is
Hi.
the applicant
Yes.
applicant here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Welcome, Britt.
Hi. Hi, Sam. Thank you.
Okay, so you're on, and you can please present us what you guys are thinking.
Okay, well, these are two small additions to a project that we saw a couple years back. It's a state, and we are just bringing forward the gate and the addition of a generator on site. So you can go to the next the next page. This is our site drawing. So it shows that the gate is actually forward of the property line by over 100 feet. There's a fire turnaround, and then it's within or beyond the fire turnaround. The fire turnaround is completely on the subject property. And then over to the right there, you'll notice that says the new generator, and it's shown that it's 115 feet from the property line. So we can look at the character now on the next page.
Oh,
So-
there's a trash.
Yeah, there's a little trash enclosure off to the side. It has a gate that allows us to bring the cans to the fire department turnaround. The gate itself is fairly simplistic. What we wanted to do was design something that had a low level of craft that was sort of clever in the use of the proportion and the nature of the material. So the blades at the top are just created by twisting the bar. The bars are overlapped and riveted, and it's all about the proportion and not craft, as I said. There's a little bit of stone at the top and the bottom of the piers, as shown in the drawing, and we have a planter up top. There's an artifact of a light there that we're not doing. That was an earlier idea, and it didn't get scrubbed for the presentation. But it's a pretty straightforward proposal. As I said, gate made of bar stock, riveted, something clever that works with the nature of the material. 8-foot height on the gate, 9 foot on the piers, and that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any questions, board members? Tip?
No, actually, I know the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip. Don?
No questions.
Dave?
I'm stepping down on this one, Sam.
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
No problem.
Claire?
I just wanted to ask a clarification that on the drawings, and the question is, are there any other lightings proposed on these pillars?
No lighting is proposed on the pillar. The one
Thank
that's showing on the left is not supposed to be there.
Right, I got that. That's why I was trying
Yeah.
to frame
Yeah.
my question around that fact, but so I just want to find out, make sure that you're not replacing that with something else. So, and you're not. Okay,
no.
thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Okay, John, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I do have a question. Britt, are the colors represented in your little rendering indicative of the rest of the architecture? Do they match, or are they unique to this gate assembly?
No, I think that the digital rendering, the colors are not accurate. What we're doing is native sandstone. There's I think it's a Benjamin Moore historic color, Elmira white. It's a sort of a dusty white color, and that's about it. We're looking to keep things very naturalistic and much in keeping with the scheme and the color palette of the historic artifact that's on site, which is an old reservoir.
Okay. Thank you. So then I'll open public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to speak on this this item at 605 Cowles Road?
Sam, no one has their hand up and I did not receive any correspondence.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead. Let's go ahead and comment. John, do you have any concerns or comments about this?
I think it's an extremely nice project. My only comment is when it comes back, should this come to the full board because we don't have a landscape plan shown, or can this just come back on consent? So besides that, obviously, I think it's a very nice project and should be moved forward.
Okay, thank you, John. Claire?
In this case, I've actually been to the site. I drove up there yesterday. And this, this is a great project. I think we should just send it through to consent with preliminary final on consent.
Thank you, Claire. Dave, any concerns?
I'm stepping down.
Again, I'm sorry. Don?
I agree with Claire. It's could come back on consent. It's a good project.
How about you, Tip?
I have no question, no problems with the design. It's a good gate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I agree. I think it's an outstanding project from the beginning, and I'm sure the landscaping will tie into what we've already looked at for the main house. I guess the only other concern would be, Britt, could you bring us back any lighting that you might propose? If it's ground mounted to light this, is there any lighting out there, or is it just headlights? So,
yeah, okay, definitely.
For the next time. So I think you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to actually jump in. Britt, do you have any comments about lighting for this? Because I'm assuming there's no lighting. If I'm wrong about that, I'd rather know that at the full board rather than at the consent calendar.
We're not proposing any lighting at the gate. There was some landscape lighting that would have been just to help identify the pathway, to the gate, but that's it.
And these are pathway lights, the really low.
Yeah, they're just the little guys that shine down only.
Okay, and just at the path.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think consent. Just let's get this thing moved on.
I think we all agree. So Alex will go ahead and with the comments of in favor, we'll move it on to the consent calendar, the planner's agreement. Okay. I'd like to announce, just so everybody knows, that item 4 has been continued. So we'll move now to item 3, which is 1671 San Leandro. That is a conceptual review also for an exterior alteration remodel to the single family dwelling, including the demolition of 168 square feet of living space. Is the applicant here?
Yes, I'm here, Kevin Hackett, principal of Shield Studios. And I'm also have my project manager, Stefan Ulch, present too.
How's it going?
All right, welcome, Kevin. Could you go ahead and present? Dave Mendro will be handling the drawings. If you could ask him politely to move through what you want him to show.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. Would you be able to go on the existing photos? It may be nice to kind of just have a look at the overall property itself. If you could pull up that file, that PDF, that'd be great. And I just want to say this is our first time working in Montecito. We're really excited to be down here and working on a project, and I'll take you through it. So we have had in a historical assessment, just a preliminary one. The building's a little bit odd. It's 1920. There's 4,600 square feet, single family, 1 floor building. There is no historic significance, though the preliminary findings suggests that it likely alludes to Vienna secession. And that is certainly likely in places. You're seeing the north elevation at the moment, which is a bit discombobulated to some degree, and we wanted to clean that up with the doors. Again, we have no intention of increasing the square footage. We're actually reducing it because we're very aware of the FAR in place. We are keeping a lot of the existing openings in play, and we would like to sort of bring back the authenticity of the building as much as possible, because there's definitely been some surgery during the last 100 years. So we'd like to really simplify that, and it's really aligned to Vienna Secession. Just for anyone's historic reference, is kind of a precursor to modernism in Europe. So this would be in the light of the likes of late Joseph Hoffmann, Otto Wagner, architects of the period. So there's a kind of a subtle cornice details that runs around the datum line of the entire building. You have classic kind of proportional grid system windows, and then there's some oddities in the play. If you look at the south elevation, if you see below, suddenly in this kind of minimal Vienna style, you've got this sunroom, which is what has been removed by the previous owners, and you can see it's kind of neo-mission style, so it does not align whatsoever with the existing architecture. So we're not dealing with a significant piece of history, but we would like to amplify the secession look, and we've got some strategies in place to review that. Just further down, that's the east elevation, the side of the house, property line on the edge there, nothing very special. There are some lovely trees on the site. We will be ultimately doing some landscape work. And then you can see the west elevation. There is on Pomar, so it's a corner lot on the corner of Pomar and San Leandro. There is an odd garage in play on the edge of Pomar, which we are not touching. And then if you further, again, we had thought about potentially the removal of the red tiles, because again, you've got two very different architectural languages in play. So that's something we're wary of, but ultimately we are still going through the process. This is conceptual for us at the moment. And then we've got a scattering of trees. You have an existing wall. We're not touching that around the existing property. You can see from the view of the property from Pomar and from the corner there. It's quite private, and there is quite a lot of vegetation, and the clients are eager to create even more beautification, let's call it, of the alongside the perimeter wall, similar to the landscaping you can see from the view of the property from Pomar Lane. So I think it'd be good if we jump on the floor plans now. The FAR in question, if you want to bring that up, Dave, just on the corner there. As I mentioned before, it is currently over the FAR. This was obviously built 100 years ago. We are reducing by 168. That's that sunroom, but we're still at 137% based on the calculations. If you want to go to, I think, the site plan, not the site, but keep going 3 down. Actually, I'm going to go to the main floor plan. That's sheet number 5. We are also, in some sense, we have a formal side of the building and an informal side of the building. Really on the corner, on both Pomar and San Leandro, it's slightly more formal. We're suggesting an entry portal based on some of the Vienna Secession style and narrative. You can kind of see that in the entry point. We're extending the plateau when you drive in. So that's right at the north of the site. I don't know if you can, if that's clean. So that's the opposite side of the south facing pool. So on the other side entry, we want to formalize the symmetry with the elevation. And perhaps if you went onto the elevation sheet, is that 6 or 7? Actually, next, please, Dave. So here's what you can see the entry portal. A lot of the secession architectural language spoke about stronger symmetry, and there was really no symmetry in place. By putting this kind of entry stone portal in the process, it really creates and harmonizes, create a balance, and you create some hierarchy within the cornice detailing as well. So we think that really cleans up the formal side of the building. On the other side of the building, on the south facing, a slightly more informal, is where we're proposing a new pool. So if you can continue down the elevations there, this is actually west elevation. We're cleaning up the dialogue. A part of it is the grid system is very aligned to the Vienna Secession aesthetic. And again, it's about bringing back more of an authentic representation of that style rather than coming along and trying to gut it and put a mid-century modern or a contemporary look on it. We're keen on retaining some of the architectural language. And then further down, you can see we're opening up the back as much as possible. The existing building just really wasn't in dialogue with nature as much as we wanted. We want more connectivity to nature, to light, to space. Obviously, that whole south-facing elevation you're seeing is going to pick up a lot of light. So we are proposing a trellis over that area as well. So we have a shaded structure for the clients to use in front of the pool. I might have you, Dave, jump on some of the sketches, that initial conceptual sketches I put forth. And that was in that last file. And just to kind of take you this was kind of just initial kind of conversations around the entry and formalizing some more of a stone portal that exaggerates some of the cornice language. And further down, if you want to move to the next sketch, this is kind of the idea of what we're ripping down, that obviously neo-mission-esque sunroom. And we're creating this more informal, lush kind of nucleus for the home in many respects, and opening up the kitchen to the kitchen. Classically, in a building of 100 years, we actually shifted and brought the kitchen closer to the building and more prominent. It was really hidden in the back. So this really area opens out completely with bifold, multifold doors, and has a strong connection and great light. And we're going to obviously introduce new landscaping around the perimeter as well. This is kind of viewpoint of opening up this outdoor area, this trellis structure we're designing that opens up to the pool, and that kind of area, that nucleus. And just to move things along, next, just kind of an idea at the back of how we're kind of formalizing a strong access point from the living space all the way to the edge of the property, where we're suggesting at the edge of the pool we have a hot tub and a fire pit. And that's just a quick interior sketch of opening up the new kitchen space. So again, we're at the conceptual stage. We'd love to get some feedback from the board on where we're headed here, so we can move forward with design refinement accordingly.
Thank you, Kevin. Good presentation. So board members, do you have any questions on what was presented? Don?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, how about you, Tip?
I also have no questions. Thank you.
Dave, are you available in this one? You are.
Yeah. I was wondering if there was any consideration of upgrading that garage structure and that tile roof.
It's a great question. We were working with Brian at Simmons Planning, a local individual that understands, and we're wary of touching because of the existing non-conforming aspect of that garage that's sitting off the edge of Palmer Lane and that sits obviously in the setback. We're kind of wary to approach it because of that. Now, if we were given the opportunity to remove the red tile and have a cleaner, put a nice cornice detail on it, then we would be very much in line with that. But obviously we're new to the territory in the process, and we understand that building is non-conforming existing. So we're also wary of touching that structure.
Thank you.
Claire, do you have any questions?
Yes. What is the proposed material for this arbor, or this?
It's a good question.
Just what you're thinking.
Yeah, right now I would love to bring into, actually, rather than having this really big chunky steel, modern sculpture form there, I'd love to bring in wood potentially into that to soften it more natural. We're working with a local engineer right now on looking at the sizes and to see what would be harmonious and to work with that. But obviously we don't wish it to be too heavy. We're also keen to put perhaps mechanical louvers on it as well, so we can control the amount of light coming into the space depending on the season and obviously the trajectory of the sun during the different times of the year. So we have been talking about the idea of wooden louvers that actually move manually, that have some kind of system that could be engaged with. So it hasn't been completely flushed out as of yet.
Thank you.
Anything else, Claire?
No, that's all I had. I just was, I mean, the drawings, it looks, yeah, I can't even tell what it is. That's all.
Thank you. John, how about yourself?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, I guess I have a couple questions on the site. With your pool layout, do you have additional walls? The sketch kind of portrayed some walls, and I guess it'll happen as to the equipment. Can we go back to a site plan maybe? Do you,
Sure.
can you verbalize how that works?
So, right, sorry, can you put the proposed site plan
Sheet 4.
next,
Uh,
the next
one more
one?
down. Yeah.
One more down. So yeah, so right now we're working with the pool consultant to work out the size of the mechanical room needed for the pool. Obviously, we're wary of the plane and the elevation of it. So we're kind of conceptually trying to screen it to some degree. We're aware of the setback. You can see the setback of the dashed line from the property line to ensure the pool the new pool is within the allowable setback. But in full transparency, we're still trying to resolve. That was a very early sketch, but the idea would be to have some type of access point there, and perhaps behind this pool to have some type of low wall with a fire pit behind that as an access point through that. So that's something we're currently still working on.
Okay, that's plenty. I just was curious.
Yep.
With that, is there anyone in the public that's here to interject and speak on this item on San Leandro? Anyone, Sharon?
Nobody has their hand up, and I didn't receive anything. Thank you, Sam.
Okay.
I have a quick question. Can you,
Sure.
basically on a previous note I heard at the beginning of the meeting, there was a suggestion that there was a move away from light colored walls, and I presume that's for reflective nature and so forth. I just want to get a sense of that because we're going to be putting new stucco on the building, and I certainly would love to get a better understanding of the local ordinance that was mentioned at the beginning of the meeting regarding light colored walls.
John, why don't you?
That's about low reflectivity.
Yep.
Or a lower reflectivity, correct, John?
Uh-oh, where'd John go?
So an LRV of
0.84 or lower, it's not that dark. And but we've been getting these 93 LRVs, and they're just, becoming almost blinding. So just a color of 84 or less, which is the vast majority of the off-whites.
Very good. Yeah, we wouldn't be proposing a bright white.
Okay. With that,
Thank you very much.
maybe we'll bring it back to the board for their comments. Tip, do you have any comments?
Have you opened public comments yet?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I like the presentation. I like the edition. I think it's modest in scope, and I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip. How about you, Don?
So far, so good. I think they're heading in the right direction, and I also would like to see the garage roof in the same character as the home.
Thank you, Don. Dave, how about you?
Yeah, I think it's a very nice project. I commend you all for preserving and really improving that structure that's been there a long time. And I like the energy and the infusion of the trellis and everything. I think it's great. And I too would 100% support you in redoing that garage roof if you can find a creative way to do that with the planning. Either as a repair or if you can do it without making it a structural change in order to allow that to happen and maintain the non-conforming status. But I think it would greatly improve the project. So if support from MBAR would help you with that, you have mine. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Claire, any comments?
I think what you're doing to the house is just lovely. I'm so happy you're leaving it alone. for the most part. And what my only thing was, when you come back, could you have whoever your landscape person is going to be kind of rough in the existing landscaping in a drawing? I mean, it doesn't have to be particular house one by one, but it's nice for us so that we
Agreed.
understand what what's there, and then what you might be augmenting, because I know this is pretty much well landscaped from what I could tell, and but we don't have it on the drawing, so it would be great.
Thank you, Claire. How about you, John? Comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Dave, can you go to the elevations, please? Yeah, that's a good one. I very much like what you're doing. I have the following comment, though. The East Europeans of the period that you're talking about, I think, were far more rigorous about proportion than you are being right now. And while I think that what you're doing is very nice, I think you can up your game a little bit by very carefully studying the window proportions and the cut up proportions on the project to ensure that it has the rigor and the austerity, which I know is kind of a funny word in architecture, but that Eastern European period of the 1920s, Gropius, Alto, although he was a little later, were very tight in their use of materials. And I would suggest that you take what you've got and just really ensure that it is as true to that period as it can be. And I think that there are some of these proportions that will change slightly, but it will strengthen the building. Besides that, I think it's a wonderful project, and I also would love to see that garage roof conform with the rest of the building. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. So I think the board members have summarized the comments. I like what they've all said. And just as an overview, if you are going to propose some landscaping, as you had suggested, for continuing the boundary or the theme, if you will, along Pomar around San Leandro, it'd be nice for you to show that in your next rendition. And the setbacks that you already commented on for the pool equipment and the pool walls and just how that affects the neighbors, we'd want you to make sure it works well for the neighborhood. Other than that, it's very nicely conceived project, and wish you guys well moving through the process. So
Thank you very much.
We'd be looking at seeing you at preliminary next time with your planner's consent, I imagine. And
Well, they don't have a planner yet, so that's.
So they need to do all that. Yep.
Yeah.
Stepping ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be a champion again for a quick process. This project is not that complicated. Are we sure we can't bring it back for preliminary and final? They may not make the final, but can we bring it back for that?
I mean, I'll leave it to the board. Do you think we should take it in 2 steps because of some of the things that he had mentioned they're still studying? I think there's still a lot on the design board in what we heard through the presentation that maybe we'll see some alterations that we might.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should come back. I think we should come back for preliminary. We can add the final on, but I want to see it.
Definitely.
I don't want to go to consent.
Oh, no, full board, but.
Oh, okay.
Let's say he takes to heart my comment about the proportions. They're either right or they're wrong at preliminary. If he's got it right at preliminary.
No, I have no
then it's
problem
straight
bringing
to
it
final.
back. Yeah, I have no problem bringing it back to the full board for preliminary final.
Yeah, just try to give them the opportunity to go as quickly as possible.
I understand.
I agree with that preliminary final next agenda.
Dave, Tip, do you guys feel the same?
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay, well, and that's good. That's your direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
So now we're jumping over item 4, as we mentioned before, which was postponed to a future meeting. And we'll go to item 5, which is 790 Rockbridge Road. It's a further conceptual review of an addition of approximately 36 square feet for a new laundry room, an addition of approximately 94 square feet for a new living room, and the conversion of an existing garage into a gym bedroom space, a new garage of approximately 500 square feet, and a new pool and spa.
You want to read the minutes or do you want us to read?
I do have the minutes, Claire. So the last time we saw this, the MBAR had comments that said we would like to see the topo map including existing trees. Integration of landscape plan and civil plan will be critical. More information is needed, including how site drainage will work. 3, building configuration is making more sense. Item 4, we need a very complete preliminary proposal next time. Number 5, please resolve planning issues before returning again, the ESH, the drainage, and the historic. Number 6, provide site photos. Number 7, architectural design is acceptable. Number 8, prefer divided lights for the windows. Number 9, concerned about filling in the gully. Overland drainage can be preferable to underground drainage, which can fill or silt up. That was it. We took no action, so this is further conceptual. Is the applicant here? Zoran Balbas, the agent for the owners, or Sharon?
Hi.
Sharon Bajan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, how are you? So they're just, sorry, this went a lot quicker than we anticipated. They're jumping on right now. Yeah.
I'm also here, Sharon.
Oh, sorry, who is this?
Oh, this is Guillermo, the landscape
Hi, Guillermo.
architect.
Oh, great. Can we start with the landscape portion first and then come back to this because they're
Certainly. We knew one item fell off, so we jumped a little bit ahead and we're moving along quite nicely. So we can wait for your team, but if you would start with a portion of it that you're ready for, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Guillermo, if you can take over, please.
Yes, thank you. So if we can go over the landscape, we can address some of the questions you had about landscape and civil integration and go over the plan. Thank you. So since you last saw this plan, we have developed more. You saw a very preliminary concept plan. So what we have done is coordinate those items, drainage and tree removal with a civil and the arborist. So our current plan shows how the site is being drained mostly through surface drainage. As you can see both on the east and west side of the plan, we have the darker green, by the way, shows the drainage areas where the site would drain back to what is it, a hot spring creek, and that's restoring the original. I mean, the original way that the site used to drain before the flood. As we have mentioned too before, the site was fairly damaged by the floods by the Montecito flood. So we pretty much bringing all the new. It's all new planting. I mean, there'll be some photos of the site later on that as architect can show, but there's nothing on it. So we did get a biologist and define some of the areas. So we took some of the clues from the biologists and tried to restore as much as the site to its natural state, which is an oak woodland and a riparian habitat. So when you look at the site, most of the lower part close to the creek is all oak riparian woodland, and it's a move. Oops, can you still hear me?
Yes. We can hear
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm doing this from my phone, and I was on the road when I realized that I needed to be. So anyway, most of the lower part next to the creek is a riparian oak woodland. So we're restoring that. as much as we can. And then on the upper and east and west, we restoring the oak woodland with a meadow going through the center of the site. In terms of landscape, we also work a little bit more in defining the pool and the spa on the west side of the site, making it a very natural looking pool. Thank you. And there you can see now. Thanks. And then the spa is nested into the old drainage area. The civil have created a way for the drainage to go around the spa and continue down without affecting the spa or the spa affecting the historic drainage. We had also taken the existing historic bridge and making a feature on the landscape. As you can see, right between the spa and the pool is the ivy bridge, which maintains its integrity and it's connecting the house to the new natural pool and spa. As you move down to the south, there is the no-name bridge, which we also making it part of a mulch path that kind of encircles the site, and it's a very natural path. We just gonna have mulch placed on top of it in some areas. Some areas may have some gravel or decorative gravel, but it would just encircles the site and it provide a frame for the historic bridges. And as we move to the east, is the wisteria a little bit up, please? It's the wisteria bridge. Oops, too much. It's the historic wisteria bridge, which is part of an old existing lily pond that was part of the original house. So we're taking advantage of that, integrating it into the site and restoring the old lily pond as part of a feature for the house. On the north side of the house, we created as you come into the house, we have a small area. It's all gravel with pavers, and we do have a edible garden and an orchard as part of the kitchen area. But we do have this space right in front would allow the client to use as a outdoor for eating and outdoor connection to the kitchen garden. The rest of the area, like the driveway and so on, that's pretty much the same location, same item. So that's pretty much what we have for concept. And I would like to conclude my presentation with this. And then the architect will continue and explain more about the rest of the items in the house.
So Zoran and Paul are actually on, but they can't get in. Would you mind letting them in so they can speak?
I moved Zoran over.
Okay, great.
So he just needs to unmute himself.
Okay, Zoran, can you hear us? Zoran, can you hear us?
Sam, while they're doing that, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just unmuted.
Zoran is there.
And Paul is still about 5 minutes away, and I apologize. He got lost he took a wrong turn.
Okay, so
well, we can start. Go ahead, Claire. Let's see if we can.
Well, I'd like to. I mean, we dropped into the landscape plan, but much of what I think is wanted and needed, at least for me to understand what's happening with this project, is on the agenda. It says that this project will not require any grading, and so I want to know, where's the grading and drainage plan? Because there's a lot of stuff that's been changed, and it's not, for me, I don't want to see it all pretty. I want to know, where's the grading and drainage plan? It's a major issue here.
Sure. We submitted that, actually.
The grading and drainage plan is submitted, and it's with Paul. I'm sorry about that.
So Paul is not here with us yet. He's coming.
It's in the MBAR packet. Paul is saying it's in the MBAR package.
I have it here on the screen.
I did notice,
Okay,
Claire.
okay, great. There you go.
We do have
Okay.
Mike Goins, a local civil engineer who's working on this grading and drainage plan. And so his plans are in the package. It'd be
Well, I
nice.
know,
to-
I think what is, okay.
So Claire, if I could just say one quick thing while you're looking at this. So we did an extensive amount of work since the feedback we got from you last time, from the committee last time. We had a tremendous amount of work done with a civil engineer. We did all kinds of soils engineering. We had the soils expert come out, do a report. We did a lot of the historical work of digging out the bridges underneath them to give access to show exactly what's there. Everything that was requested was actually done thoroughly, and it's all in the plans here. So we didn't leave anything behind, but the grading, everything is in here.
So
Okay, I get that. That's why all I was asking was being able to see the grading and drainage plan. Okay.
Absolutely.
And now that seems to be now in front of me, except I can't read it. So at some point, Dave,
maybe,
could you
maybe
expand it
architects-
so I could read the damn thing?
Maybe the architect could describe how that filling and different
Oh, will be-
culverts, different drainage is working, because certainly there's going to be some grading cubic feet numbers added.
Paul will be able to do that the second he walks in. He's very close. I'm on the phone with him.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Is everybody patient enough to wait a few minutes?
Well, I mean, we can go through, we can deal with the other items that were on the list. I mean,
Let's do the architecture.
Yeah, I think if the architect, Oren, can you do the architecture for us?
Paul is walking in the front door right now of my office.
Okay.
It will literally be just 1 minute. I'm sorry. We apologize. So just 1 second, I feel terrible.
Is there any questions I can answer for you guys, and anything else that I can address in terms of from the owner standpoint, that the type of things we've done since the last meeting, anything that might help answer some questions? I'm trying to buy some time.
Just looking at the list, can you tell us what you've done with the windows? Have you changed the window design based on some of the conversation last time?
Yeah, so we actually added all of the details because the question was, it looks very simple, but there's a lot more details in terms of the brand that we're using, which is very high-end architectural windows from Arcadia. And those pictures are actually in the plans as well in terms of the finishes and the overall design. I believe you saw that on the last meeting though, but there was no issues with that. During the first meeting, it was brought up that it looked very basic, but then we brought detailed pictures of what they actually look like, and it's very, very clean and modern and high-end looking. So I think the last meeting, they felt okay with it from what I recall. And it's in the plans now.
And I think the other thing is Paul is here now. So let's turn the meeting over to Paul and the MBAR board. And I think that there was an issue with the doors and windows that it wasn't really understood the quality of what it is that we were putting in.
But that was presented at the last MBAR.
Yes.
We already showed the quality that we're putting in, and we already told them what we were planning to purchase and install.
Yeah, but somebody might want to see it again.
Say it again.
Sure.
If you look on the finish sheets at the end of the architectural set.
Hey, Don, you and I were the ones that commented about that. Are you okay with the windows that they have? Windows and doors?
It's all the way at the back.
Don?
Yes.
He's
Are you
here.
okay with
He's
it?
he's trying to look at it.
Are you okay with it, Don? You and I were the two that had comments about that.
Well, let's go a little further here.
Okay, very good.
Okay, the issue is that this MBAR package was enormous because we're on our third MBAR. So there are 3 separate components to it. It had to be broken down so it could be screened. And the first one is more architectural. The one with the windows should be in the second one, which includes the landscaping. The last one is just the civil engineering. Okay, let's see. Yes, so go to, no. This is the first one we should be looking at.
It's
There's landscape, there's, wait, rough.
There's the landscape there.
I'm having trouble looking at what's here.
Here it is.
Yeah, this is the finishes. So this starts with finishes. It's got electrical, mechanical, and landscaping at the back. I'm fucking so mad right now.
So,
There you go. We presented this at the last M-Bar. It's the exact same sheet, no changes. The major revisions in this M-Bar presentation all have to do with the site plan. The architectural sheets remain the same, except I added a sheet of details.
so John, does this address your question, which was, so they've not made any changes, and this is what they're proposing. Is that what you were asking for?
John and Don?
Yeah, I think that there's several issues here. One is preference versus one, whether or not it's acceptable, so I think it's acceptable as it's presented.
I would agree with that. And I think I stated last time, the detailing and the preciseness of following the drawings is going to be very important to
And
pull it off.
I don't
as
see
it-
the details on here. What sheet
Yeah,
are
I'm-
they on?
Where is that sheet, Paul? It's at the very end of the architectural package that we're looking at now.
A 2.7?
I believe, yeah. We're trying to call up your screen. Your screen just dropped out. We're trying to call it up again. No, don't. It's over here.
Okay.
We need our
This is
tech.
John.
We're trying to find the screen.
Truman. John? Good, Don's in a Zoom meeting.
This looks like the gate detail, Dave.
Yeah, this is the sheet they said to go to.
Okay, thank you.
I
That's the section of the window. I see the wall section on the right.
It's hard to tell because they split the setup, but it looks like.
Yeah, no,
It's
I need to see the screen. I need to see the drawing that's on the
It's
screen.
a 2x6 wall with aluminum
There-
set back into the back portion of the wall.
The drawing you just had up.
Oh, this is the,
Okay. Where would it-
oh, there it is.
Wait. Can, Sam, can you ask
That's
people to mute themselves when they're not speaking? I'm hearing.
Certainly, Sharon. Yeah, there's some background discussion, some laughing, and someone in one of the parties that's attending. Please mute yourself unless you are a presenter or a board member. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was speaking as a presenter and we were trying to get the drawing up on the screen.
No, listen to you, Paul. Listen to yourself.
Sorry?
It wasn't you, Paul.
Okay, okay. We're still trying to get the drawing up on the screen. Here it is. Okay, we have it. Except that Truman, I need to, I don't have an app. I need, that's one corner.
So it's a tricky format. I realize that. Are you guys looking at the same screen of the meeting presentations? Do you have this screen of this section that shows the window?
Yeah.
So you could describe that to us.
Well, in our last M-Bar, I was asked to draw some details of the building, but to be honest, there's really no building details, and that's intentional. This is a typical exterior wall section, which shows the raised slab, the grade sloping away from the building, trellis finished stucco, the windows, and eaves are open eaves with the fire rated 2x solid wood TNG blocking and the eaves up above. And then there's a copper gutter and then the standing seam metal roof. This is a typical exterior wall section of this building. All the exterior walls are like this with the exception of the pillars and that large porch, which is going to have the stone veneer on them. Okay.
Okay.
To provide a few other details, to the left on this drawing, I don't know how to scroll on the screen. I guess the presenter
You-
scroll.
You don't need, you can't. I mean,
Okay, yeah.
that's what Dave does.
So you had asked for more details. We were planning to put a cedar plank enclosures around the mechanical enclosures, around the pool equipment, one on a privacy partition shower wall at the master bathroom. That's that one up there. The master bathroom privacy shower partition wall is on the right.
Does that match the picture you have of the front gate? A similar horizontal banding wood?
Similar, except for those would be smaller planks on those enclosures. The gate photo I have was to show you that planking on the big auto gate, which is at the bottom there. Now on the bottom, those are existing stone piers. We've added the metal fencing on either side, and then we've added the gates with the wood planking in the middle. The current stone piers don't have anything on them. They've been stripped down. The gates are gone.
I think we understand that.
Right.
Let's move on to some of the site
Well,
questions.
I want to know about this metal fencing that's been just.
Oh, okay. That's just that metal, painted black metal pickets, but it's all concealed with hedges.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we move on to the site grading and some of the civil work that you've now shown?
Actually, what I'd like to do, and I apologize if I came a few minutes late, can we start on the cover sheet, the site plan, which gives the overview? So, as you know, we ordered a biologist report for this site, which was presented to the planning department. It's my impression that that report is under peer review right now, and I don't know the status of it or when that will be finished. But what that did is that gave us some different boundaries to work with. In particular, we're working, I show new boundaries on the site, on the top upper left, top of bank, and then 50-foot buffer from top of bank. And then right in the middle, environmentally sensitive habitat boundary. And then at the bottom, a 25-foot buffer from that environmentally sensitive habitat boundary. The biologist analyzed the site in detail and gave us those new boundaries. Acting with those new boundaries, we reestablished what we were going to do for the pool cabana and for the pool and patio area and for all the development around the immediate house. So that kind of massaged the elements of our site. That was the quickie overview. And from there, the landscape architect incorporated this into his planning. The civil engineer incorporated it into his grading planning. This is the second component. Yeah, and that's the first sheet on the landscape architect, that's his tree analysis, and this is his site plan. Do you want the landscape architect to give you a walkthrough, or you already did?
Yeah, he did. So did you, from some of those overlays for the biologist, did you move the cabana and move the pool and readjust that area, is what you're saying?
Yes. If you look closely at the landscape architect's plan, you can see that last boundary, that buffer zone snaking around our cabana and our pool. And that effectively created the edge of the pool and the patio area and tucked our cabana right there in the corner.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yes.
Is there someone in the room with you? Because it's.
No, not with me. I'm the only one speaking in here. Might be somebody else.
Again, who's ever unmuted that's not presenting or not a board member, please turn your mic off. You're disturbing the background of understanding the presentation. Thank you.
When you look at this site plan, the blow up of the landscape, that heavy dashed line on the left, that's the 50-foot front setback. And then there's a gray, yeah, you're tracing it. There's a grayish line that snakes below the cabana and up to the right of the pool. And then it cuts over to the right where you're, yeah, keep going with that cursor. Go to the right now, all the way up. That's actually, that blue line, that's the riparian drainage channel. The light gray line that snakes like a big scoop down below. Keep bringing your arrow down around that pool, lower, 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 and then go to the left.
Oh, there it is.
Up there, there's a dashed line right there. Ah, you just missed it, right where the rocks are. Follow that line of rocks. That's it. If you go all the way to the upper right of this drawing, you'll also see the 25-foot buffer over there, ESH buffer, which is misspelled, Guillermo. Spell check. So that effectively established and defined the edge of our pool and patio areas. And then we tweaked the cabana a little bit to orient towards the pool a little bit better. If you recall, in the last presentation, we talked about incorporating the stone bridge with the pool. But unfortunately, there's an oak tree kind of near there, and we had to pull the pool away from the bridge a little bit to satisfy the arborist. Okay.
Okay, that's good. What did you do with that garage filling in that gully? We had some concerns about how that was going to be worked out, and I think you're
Our
showing culverts and things, and it's better to understand what you've done there.
Yes, I don't know how, I can walk you through on the civil engineering plans. Do you want to get that technical and look at the civil engineering site plan?
Well, I'm happy that you got the civil engineer and you've resolved it in a way that will be approved by flood control. But I'd
Well,
like to understand
yeah.
what the new levels are that you've created.
What we're doing right now is the civil engineer has finalized his grading plan, and we've submitted the grading and the soils report for grading permit. What he has done is he's shown a 30-inch diameter concrete culvert that picks up right next to the culvert that goes under Rockbridge Road, and it runs at a diagonal under the permeable driveway. If you look at, yeah, you would see it on his civil plan if you want, and I can walk you through it.
Hold on.
There you go.
That was one of our early concerns, and I think
Yeah.
still is part of the concerns we all are.
Let's scroll down. Let's look at the blow up. I think it's 2.0. Perfect. Go up to that driveway area at 2.0. I apologize. His plans are very, very dense, but perfect. Now, if you look, you see that dashed line running at a diagonal. That's it right there. That is spec'd as a 30-inch diameter concrete culvert.
Here we go.
He creates a rock channel at the top coming out from under Rockbridge Road. And then from the channel drains into the culvert and goes all the way under the driveway, and then drains into a new rock area to the left of the garage. Okay.
Does that, okay, that's good. Does that create new slopes and new heights down to the road?
Yeah, right there.
To project that turnout,
Yeah,
that
look
turnout
at,
area?
well, yeah, sure. The whole driveway is at a new level, and the garage pad itself. And if you look to the left of the garage, you see where he's got like heavier topos. That's where he's kind of revising the topo. So yeah, that's new slopes on that side of the garage there.
Right there.
Now, I want to be cautious because he's also taken a look. If you look at sheet 1.1, he's taken a look at the historical topography of the site and the historical drainage patterns. The purple is, in his opinion, the historical drainage patterns. There you go. And so he's tried to like somewhat revise what we're doing with our site drainage to fit those historical patterns. We have one drainage pattern going on the left side of the site, under the driveway, under the ivy bridge, snaking around the pool, and then down to a culvert in the lower left corner. And then we have another drainage pattern on the right side of the house going under the Wisteria Bridge, further down to the No Name Bridge and into the creek. And he wants to reestablish some of those patterns on the site.
Okay.
That's his drainage concept under the driveway in a very conceptual way. We will do soil excavation and compaction under both the garage and the cabana to meet structural requirements. The garage will need to have flood control openings around the perimeter. The cabana, we're going to raise 2 feet above the floodplain, so we don't need flood control openings around the cabana. And we're just finalizing our submission to the flood control with all those details. Flood control has already given us guidance, and now they're waiting for our final drawings.
Okay, is that enough of a presentation to summarize what you guys have done to change and
I don't think you guys want more of the nitty gritty of the engineering.
No, why don't we go to public comment?
Okay.
Excuse me, I'll go to questions first because we've been asking some questions. I better get the questions out. Claire, does any of this help you understand more of what we've got?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I mean, that was my original question was, what's happening with the drainage? So now I understand somewhat, except that this isn't the final drainage plan because he just said that the engineer is redoing it. So that's fine. I'll just wait till we have a,
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Tim, do you want to question anything that you've heard or concerns you have?
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip. Don, any more questions?
No questions. Thank you.
How about you, Dave?
No question, Sam. Thanks.
All right, John, how about you?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, no questions for me either. So now I'll open public comment. Is anyone here in the audience, in the public, to speak on this item at 790 Rockbridge Road?
Nobody has their hand up, Sam, and I have not received any letters.
Okay, so now we'll go to our comments. And why don't I start with you again, Claire?
Oh, okay, I was just making notes about what I was going to say. Okay, well, here's my comment at this point then, is that I think when the applicant comes back, that they should come back with a fully developed, like the way it's really going to be, the grading and drainage plan. I mean, if the engineer is still working and changing, when they come back, they need to, you know, present to us a fully flushed out project.
I'm sorry, there must have been a miscommunication. This grading and drainage plan has already been submitted to the grading department for plan check.
This is already submitted. It's done.
I'm sorry if I miscommunicated that.
Oh, okay. You had said while we were talking about it that the engineer was still working on it.
Oh, well, I mean, in the sense that there's going to be plan check corrections that will come back. It's not final, meaning it's not permitted. It hasn't been plan checked.
But
So
he's
I-
finished with his
So I
job.
apologize if I miscommunicated. It's been submitted to plan check with the soils report. I apologize if that wasn't clearly spoken.
So the grading and drainage plan that we saw, not this one we've got in front of us, but that one earlier up, that was the civil engineers. This is their grading plan right here.
That package of drawings was submitted to the grading department for plan check review a week and a half ago. Now,
This is final.
yes,
Okay,
when I
that's-
say it's not completed, I meant that it isn't permitted. It isn't final. It's in plan check.
Okay, we understand. So this is your grading.
Uh,
Yep,
So we're
that's
looking
one
at.
package.
Okay.
Any other comments then, Claire?
Well, let's just keep, yeah, I may have another comment further on, but I'm thinking that maybe one of the architects will address this door and window issue, okay?
Okay, good. Well, then I'll jump over to John. Are you ready to make some comments, John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I actually would like to ask one quick question. Have you identified an exterior color for the building materials?
Yes, if you go to the sheet that, you were looking at the sheet with the doors and windows earlier.
Yeah, that's the
Go
last sheet.
right up with your arrow, go up one, that one. That's our exterior finish palette. So our stucco is down there in the lower left. It's that La Habra Merlix XX 820 Silverado. It's an ivory white.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, this is my comment. What we have before us is, in my opinion, a minimalist, pure, intellectually pure piece of architecture sitting in a very soft, engaging architecture. Landscape architecture. I personally don't have a problem with that. I mean, the classic example of that is Richard Meyer's Douglas House that he did a long time ago, where he had a white building sitting inside of a forest right next to a lake. So I think that that's basically what's coming down here in its own, with its own vocabulary. I think that that will be nice. I have not engaged in the landscape. I feel that Sam and Claire are much better than I am at that. So from an architectural standpoint of view, I think this project is fine. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, John. So let's go to Dave for your comments.
Yeah, I've been fine with the architecture. I don't mind the minimalist approach, especially when it's high quality materials. My main concerns were the grading and the landscape, and I think they've well addressed that with the civil engineer and the landscape architect. The fact that they're taking a site that's been really, it's almost a clean slate because of the flood and are restoring it with a riparian habitat. I'd ask that the landscape board, members of the board really look at that in more detail. It's hard for me to know, but from what they're saying, if that's the case, and I like the way the pool cabana and the spa and the pool have been worked into it, and the drainage seems to be resolved. So I can support the project at this point if the landscape meets the landscape architect's approval.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dave. How about you, Don?
Yes, I also can support the architecture. But what I was referring to earlier, there's no dimensions on the gutter against the fascia. And if that gutter isn't absolutely parallel with the fascia, it's a disaster. And we all know that sheet metal guys like to just slope the drain slightly, but those dimensions have to be on the drawings. And that's one example of many where detailing is going to make or break this minimalist structure. But I can certainly support it, and I think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. How about you, Tip? What are your comments?
I wasn't at the last meeting, but based on information I got today and the presentation, I don't have any issue with the project as presented.
Thank you, Tip. So I'll ask you, Claire, after I make a couple comments. I think what we're seeing, again, as John had kind of phrased, is a modern, minimalistic kind of approach to the architecture in a very natural setting. I think the pool and the curving walks and the stone bridges and the materials work well for that kind of oak restoration, the meadow. You have a biologist involved. We appreciate you going to that level of scrutiny. I guess my biggest concern that I can tell, and I didn't ask this question, is we have this beautiful natural site that you're restoring, and you have these natural elements of rock and creeks and bridges. But then I look at the boundary fencing, and I want to ask a question before I fully complete my comment, but looks like the boundary fence and the hedging is very rigid and very linear. And I want to ask a question to the landscape architect. What is the boundary condition? Because it's hard to tell. This is not a final planting plan, not even a preliminary. I don't know what the plants are. Can you describe how the boundary of this site will be perceived from the public driving on Rockbridge? That fence looks very close to the road. I wonder what kind of natural treatments you might be able to achieve with that.
Well, from the road, I mean, the hedges just follow the neighborhood, the area around. They all have tall hedges. So from the road, you just not going to see much of the interior of the property, which is typical of that area. But
Okay.
from the inside will be different. And now on the creek side, we do have a safety. The owner have kids, and they want to make sure that they're protected. But we're trying to soften that from the inside, meaning the native landscape would help screen the fence from the inside. But from outside, you're going to have the hedges, which is the typical Montecito look.
So would it be a chain link fence with the hedges on the outside and inside, or just on one side?
Oh, the fence is actually a steel fence. I think we do have an image.
It's that steel. That's why I was asking Sam about the steel posts on that fence.
It's on and it's screened with hedges. So the hedges would cover the fence. You would not see the fence because it's going to be covered by the hedges.
Objective. It's a painted black picket metal fence, but the objective is that when the hedges grow in, you don't see the fence.
Okay, so
that's looking down there. The fence as it actually is on the right there, the full height. This fence has been cut to match that little elbow of stone, but it's, yes, that's correct.
So it's a black picket with top rail, bottom rail, and it's planted out on both sides with what type of plant are you proposing? Because it's a very long boundary.
Correct. In this case, they have the hedges that we're using is the ficus.
So it's ficus nitida?
Yes.
Correct.
So what you're proposing, which is not on this
It shows on the plan
plan
right
that
there.
you
You can-
proposed, is the fence is the dots all the way around. So you're gonna do this fence all the way around. Oh, and there's where, that's the hedge.
Correct.
As shown, that looks like it's planted only on the inside of the fence. Is that correct?
It's planted right against the fence, so it will grow into the fence. So the fence will disappear. So the plants are right next to the fence, correct?
Okay.
Okay, I guess my comments about that are, I'd like to see the fence disappear, like you said, and it black picket, now I understand that. But I'd like to see you study a different, more natural screen material that's more indicative of this, you know, kind of mountain woodside, if possible. Something like Prunus lioni or Prunus caroliniana or Laurus nobilis, or something that wouldn't be just so monocultural. Because you've got a woodland that you're going to restore with colorful, nice, more native plants under a biologist and a riparian and a setback for an ESH. I'd like you to study your boundary condition a little bit more landscape-wise, so you're not presenting such a stiff edge, if possible, to the communities.
Okay,
That's
I should
my
also,
comment.
I should also point out that the fence and the hedges are there already. I mean, they're existing.
Oh, they're
in terms of-
existing.
They're correct. They're there now.
Okay, so you're showing an existing condition. I just wondered if that was all new and we would have an opportunity to make it look more natural and softer.
Correct. It's no new since I've been in the project. Correct. They've been
And
there
what
since.
is, and the plant material is already ficus in the
Yeah.
ground?
It's
Yeah.
actually it's Ligostrum texanum. I
Okay.
apologize.
That's better.
It's kind of, yes. I'm sorry. I was calling it a fake ficus, but it's actually Ligostrum texanum.
It's
Hedges.
what?
Ligostrum texanum, a privet.
Oh, it's a privet, okay.
Privet hedge.
Okay, so that's my comments. You want to finish your comments or are you okay, Claire?
No, I'm okay. I'm gonna go look at the site before they come back.
Okay, so at this point, we're here for further conceptual. Willow has got a hold of the plans and is looking at it. I don't have a plan or memo at this point. Would we entertain a motion for preliminary at this point?
Well,
Does
there's no
anyone-
motion for today.
No motion today because we're still further conceptual, huh, Alex? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
What part is conceptual? Because we were hoping to go to preliminary and
Well, you're not agendized for preliminary today, and we won't schedule you for preliminary until we've addressed any remaining planning issues.
So I think that's where your planner is going to get you back on, Zoran and.
Oh, well, I
team.
think if I understand, you were expecting a planning memo. I am very clear of the outstanding planning issues with Willow, and Willow had told me that the outstanding planning issues were all non-design.
I'm on here right now as well. This is Willow.
Thank you,
I would do
Willow.
a memo for preliminary.
Okay.
Are you ready to do a preliminary memo?
Preliminary final, Sam.
Say that again, Dave.
I suggest that they come back for preliminary final.
I think that's a good suggestion with Willow's items.
Sam, can you
Mr.
just
Chairman.
clarify, did you want to keep in your comment about the natural screening along the property boundary, or you wanted to retract that?
I would like to keep my,
Okay.
I would like them to supplement with more natural screening.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something, please?
Yes, please, John.
I also think we should come back, or the applicant should come back for preliminary final. But I want to comment about the architect's statement that they intentionally left out a lot of details.
Didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Well, that they did not provide them. So
Oh, no, I misspoke. I didn't say I didn't provide details. I said, this is a minimalist building and I drew one exterior wall section because that's all the detail there is.
okay, well,
So yes,
been-
there
So-
are no details.
So we'll just finish up with our comments. We're almost there.
I just wanted to be clear on how I presented. Go ahead.
Okay, so God is in the details. And so I normally expect to see a full disclosure about how this building and other things, the landscaping is actually going to get built. And so if you come back with a single wall section and say that's the details for the entire project, you will not receive my vote for final. You will receive my vote for preliminary, I'm fairly certain from what I see here. And I just want to be very clear about the fact that I believe to be consistent with all other applicants and my understanding of this project, that this will require a reasonable number of details to fully describe it. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just finish with the fact that we would need a complete planting plan showing the existing material that's planted and new material proposed, as well as an irrigation plan for your water ordinance requirements.
At final. We asked that at final.
At final.
But what's being proposed is that giving you preliminary / final at the next hearing. So that's why everybody's trying to see is addressing final. You know, there's no way that we would approve this set at final.
And I'll make sure to follow with my team that we have everything in place and completed so that the next step you have the ability to do final, and we'll make sure everything is completed to your requirements. But we've spent a tremendous amount of work getting it to this point. I'll make sure it's exactly to where you want it to be for the preliminary final.
Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We'll now close this item and move on to item 6.
Sam, I need to step down on this item.
Thank you, Tip.
And I do too as well.
So 2 board members are gone. So we have Claire, John, myself, John.
Still have a quorum, but just barely.
We have a minimum quorum. Okay. So item 6 is 796 Buena Vista. This is further conceptual review for a detached garage of approximately 670 gross square feet, a new 16-foot by 46-foot swimming pool, 6,500 square feet of new landscaping, and a remodel of the existing family dwelling. Have the board members that are still in attendance seen this previously?
Yes.
All of us have? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, and site
Thank
visit.
you.
We had a site visit.
I do remember that. I just want to make sure. So we'll go now to our comments.
There is a, oh yeah, go for that. And then there's a planner memo also.
Yeah, I've got the memo and the planner memo up for you, Sam.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, good. So the comments for everybody to remember now is that, number 1, not sure there are any comments to be given since the applicant is working on a significant changes to the roof design that the board needs to look at in a comprehensive way with the rest of the building. Item 2, appreciate that the owners are working with the neighbors regarding tree heights and view corridors, as well as expanded landscape easement areas. Number 3, prepare a FAR study. Number 4, resolve fire district access before returning. Okay, so then the planner memo is still conceptual. Is there another side of it? Loss of legal non-conforming. So this now per section in code, a non-conforming structure that is enlarged, extended, moved, reconstructed, or structurally altered in violation of subsection A1 shall no longer be
Sam,
considered.
perhaps I could just paraphrase to spare you
Please do, because I'm trying to
read the whole thing. Yeah.
Help us out, Alex.
The existing residence exceeds the height limit of the zone district, especially given it the ridgeline hillside situation. So as I think most people know, there was a permit to do a building permit to do some extensive remodeling of the home. The contractor went a bit beyond the scope of that permit and started doing work that wasn't covered under that permit. And so including work to the roof area. And in doing so, basically lost the legal non-conforming status of the height. So what you're going to see today is some plans showing further modifications to the roof and the height of the structure. You'll be asked to determine whether or not it meets your standards. As you know, with the BAR, you do have the allowance or the ability to grant exceptions to the hillside ridgeline height limits in the interest of good design, essentially. And then the second thing is with regard to the fire access, and this is kind of a tricky one, but the project itself provides a hammerhead turnaround at the base of the driveway at the motor court courtyard area. So it meets its fire department requirements in that regard. However, the presence of the gate at the top of their driveway creates a situation where the road itself, Buena Vista, does not, because it's a dead end road due to the presence of that gate at the end of the road. That dead end road no longer complies with fire district requirements. And so there's a proposal for the neighboring property above the subject parcel to have a hammerhead on their property to essentially resolve the hammerhead or the fire turnaround requirements for Buena Vista Road due to the presence of that gate.
So that gate is a new gate proposed in this?
No, it's an existing gate.
That's why I'm wondering why it counts.
So basically it's trying to rectify an issue that has actually been in existence for some time and was just not identified with prior approvals. So it's, if you talk to Montecito Fire, they're really supportive of getting a hammerhead in there to address basically a non-conforming issue with Buena Vista Road.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Alex a question, please?
Yes.
It was presented to this board at the last meeting that this applicant did not own nor control all aspects of that turnaround on Buena Vista, and that individual neighbors would have to approve that. I don't know if that was a true statement or not, but it was presented to us.
It wasn't true.
Well, the hammerhead is not the hammerhead outside the parcel. Yeah, it's not on their property. That is
So
correct.
do we know whether or not that all the legal issues surrounding that, can I call it an external hammerhead, have been resolved or not? Do we know that or not?
Well, my understanding, I believe, is that the property owner who that hammerhead is located on has supported and proposed to construct that. In reality, with approval of any project at 896 Buena Vista, the project before you today, we're really not approving a hammerhead turnaround because it's actually not really on this property. So it's really not covered by this land use permit approval. It's depicted on the plans, but it's outside, since it's beyond the property boundary, it's really a separate action.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So let me understand that this gate that's been there now has had this condition for many, many years. It's not being created by this parcel's development.
Correct.
So that's really not an issue that this parcel should have to resolve, the neighborhood issue. It needs to resolve its own fire access issue, which I'm understanding they are saying they have resolved.
Right, so they're showing their own hammerhead turnaround at the bottom of their driveway adjacent to their house.
So this should not be an issue for us looking at this parcel and this actual development, this fire turnaround, because it's actually resolved on site. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Close enough.
Close enough, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, Alex, because that was one of the big humps we were gonna have to get over. So now I would like the owner and agent to present what they've done to this point with all of the discussion and all the elements that we've discussed so far.
And Sam, I am going to hop off
Okay,
and hand it over to Travis Seawards, who's here, who will fill in for these last two items.
okay, thank you, Alex.
You're
Welcome,
welcome.
Travis.
Hi.
And Sam, I don't know if the owner wants to address the letter that they sent to us in our packet, but I found that letter, I think that somehow we should have that information presented to everybody in this meeting. Either
From the owner or from the neighbor?
Well, it was from the owner
I have it
to
up.
us.
Oh,
Well,
right here.
it was in the box folder and I put it in both folders to the public and to MBAR.
Yeah, and it's right here. We can see it.
Okay,
I thought that there were enough interesting issues that we should at least make sure that it's fully disclosed in our public deliberations.
is the owner or applicant here to take the presentation reins and let us know what they're doing and either include this letter or we can read this letter into the record? Is there anyone here to represent 796 Buena Vista?
Well, I'm the owner of 796 Buena Vista. This is Zoran.
Okay,
And I wrote that letter because there were many things that occurred in that last meeting that I never spoke to that weren't true, and other things that occurred since then. And I just wanted the board to be aware of them. So that's why I wrote the letter, because it's very difficult to have attorneys and neighbors write letters and have false statements in them and then not be able to respond.
So now's your chance.
now's your chance. Do you want to go through your letter and have it on the record?
Sure. So I'll do it as quickly as possible. So,
Thank you.
So number one, I know that I was red tagged with the property. I had gotten a notice from the planning department that my permit was ready. It took a week and a half for the permit. I overstepped my boundaries by 4 days. So I apologize for that. Number two, when the contractor started the construction, doing the remodel, he thought that he needed to take the roof line off of the master bedroom in order to get the steel post and beam in there that was actually on my permit. And so he's the one that actually got me in this position, which was very upsetting. Number three, the project started with a 2-story, 3-car garage and apartment building sitting in the middle of the backyard in full view of my neighbor, Mr. Smith, at 800 Buena Vista. The structure was a total eyesore to the neighborhood and was more impactful to the view than the 18-foot tall olive trees that I'm proposing to put in. And I won't go any further than that in that statement, but I've even offered my neighbor at 800 Buena Vista a landscape easement for 18 feet height restriction on trees in that area, which he doesn't have an easement over. And he hasn't called me back in 3.5 weeks. And I've called and texted 12 times and I have all those records. So they talk about good neighbor policy, but they're not responding. Then regarding to Chris Jacobs and Gwyneth Paltrow, do you mind if you push up the letter a little bit? Is that when she bought her property and built her house, this existing house was there with 2 tall master bedroom roof lines and another apartment with garage over it in her view. All the things that we're proposing in our plans take it to 1 roof line 6 feet lower than the original, and 1 roof line completely disappeared. So I feel like what I've done with the plans is minimize the best that I could for both of my neighbors, and there's no stopping them, unfortunately. And my neighbor at 800 Buena Vista, I believe, is only giving me a hard time because he really wants to buy it. And every time he wants to buy it, he keeps lowering the price. And every time he keeps lowering the price, he then asks me if I would finance it for him because he wants to build a tennis court there. So
Way too much information.
Yeah, I think we need to stick to the design aspects of what you guys are doing now. So maybe you could summarize and then go to what you've done to the design and show us your present your design as a result.
Is that they keep talking about 148% FAR when our FAR is only 125 and our FAR study is in compliance with neighborhood. So I'm going to turn it over to Paul. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to assume, yeah, there's the FAR study. You can blow it up, and our current FAR is coming in at 125. The higher number was before the garage and the apartment over the garage was removed. And there's our FAR study. We're right there in the kind of right in the middle of your plan there, 25% over. And this is giving an analysis of the adjacent properties that are of the similar size and scale to ours and what percentage they may or may not be over. And you can see it's all over the place, but the 25% over is not unusual for the neighborhood. Okay. I think you guys have had access to that.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to assume from an architectural design and planning point of view that all you want me to talk about is what has changed on this site since the last presentation, right? Not every little nuance.
What you've resolved from our comments and some of the MBAR's overview.
There's just been a few major revisions to the overall project since you last saw this. On the site plan, we had the garage was previously located on the left side of the auto court. But in working closely with Veronica at the planning department, we determined that we could not keep it there because of the side setback. There's a side setback and it's very hard to see on this plan. There's also an electrical easement. So we had to shift the garage over to the right. Also, Veronica determined that our 23-foot high garage was too high. We had to bring it down to 20. To bring it down to 20 feet, we narrowed the depth of it from 23 feet to 20 feet. So the roof ridge came down. So we have a smaller garage that we relocated to the right and we put it right opposite the front door. So that's all, that's a new positioning of the garage in the auto court. The other change to these plans was in the ADU cabana building. There were roof peaks that we took off. That's a very small detail on that package.
And we did that being good neighbors.
For the neighbors' request. The only change that was made to the main building was over the master bedroom wing, which is on the south, which you'll see is, yeah, keep going down. That's east. And okay, stop there. So previously, if you look at the bottom elevation there in the lower right, we have a 28-foot high. We have that master bedroom gable quite high there up to the height limit. But we've taken it down to by almost 5 feet. And you can see it better on the next sheet, a 2.2 in the south elevation. Previously, the existing building is down below. It's a gable, but it has that clipped hip. Some people call it a Dutch gable. So because of the conflict of the height limit there, the 28-foot height limit, you see the dashed line at the top, we flattened the top of that roof so that it's no longer exceeding the roof peak. This also has the added benefit of we don't see this roof ridge now from the north side of the building when we're on the auto court. And that was a very distracting roof peak to be seeing from the other side of the building. So another very, very small change is that we took out the transom windows over the master bedroom sliders that are right there where that arrow is, right there.
At the request
at the request of the Tullis Road. We took out those transom windows. On the next elevation, we also took out the transom windows over the master bathroom right there on the upper middle. We had transom windows there and we took those out. You can see on the left bottom and the left top how we had that much higher ridge and it's been brought down and flattened to the 28-foot height limit on the upper left of that drawing. Okay, so the transom removal and this flattened changed roof over the master bedroom wing, that's the only significant changes to the main building. And then there was the garage and then the minor change to the ADU, the peaks. That's it for the revisions to this package. Oh, the landscape drawings in this set have been revised around the auto court because of the revision of the garage location. The landscape architect updated his conceptual landscape plan to reflect that new positioning of the garage.
So
Yeah.
could you summarize the landscape changes? Because some of those trees and hedges were in that same area as your modification of the garage.
Is Guillermo still on?
Yes, I'm still here.
Go ahead, Guillermo.
Okay, can you zoom in?
The plan based on our new building locations.
So the plan pretty much remains the same, set that is addressed in the new location of the garage. So if you zoom into the new garage area, you can see that we still have the same hedges and that we had before. It's just kind of addressing the garage location in a better place. And then I also want to point that, we show those new proposed olive trees, and they're still in the same location. And right behind them, there is an existing hedge, which is actually taller than those trees are currently. And that hedge is existing and it's on the other side of the existing wall. So we're not touching that. But otherwise, everything else is the same as we have presented before.
Okay. Is that your presentation?
Correct. With that, I conclude my presentation. That's correct.
So I'll go back to the board now and I'll allow for questions. I know we've got John here. Would you start us off with any questions from what they've presented?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, can you please go to, let me figure out where this is. Page 5 of 22. In the middle of that drawing, there is a roof plan of what I believe is the master bedroom that shows a single ridge. Is that misdrawn, and should that actually have a flat roof portion in it?
I apologize that this roof plan doesn't have enough directional dimensions. If you're looking at that large rectangular gray box right there in the upper left.
That's south?
Yes, that's the south wing. That is the roof over the master
Very
bedroom.
good. Thank you. That answers it. I would have expected the south to be at the bottom of the page, but
yeah,
not a problem.
So I turned everything upside down for your clarity. So
not
and
a
I
problem.
apologize. That's flat in the middle with slopes on either side. I should have those notes on this roof plan.
Very
Okay.
good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's go ahead to Don. Any questions, Don?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Very good. Claire, how about you?
Yeah, I want to go back to the landscape plan that was just up. And I just wanted to know, once we get there, are there new trees being planted around the garage? Oh yeah, and if Dave, you can zoom in. It's the ones with the little squares or triangles. Yeah. No,
those are existing trees that we're relocating to that location. So
they're in that location. We're just moving them around a bit.
Yeah, they're the trees, Guillermo. They're on that entry driveway, that slope, and around to the sides of the entry driveway.
right, and there's one,
Correct.
2, 3 on one side of the driveway, and then there's two different tree on either side of the garage. Are those new trees?
they're existing trees that are located on site.
Existing.
In the same area.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Sam,
Yeah, Sharon.
can you read the message that I sent you on your phone, please? Thank you.
Hang on just a sec. I didn't have my phone.
He hasn't opened his phone yet, Sharon.
I know. Thank you for following the rules.
Okay. Yes, Sharon. That's great. I'll announce that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I too don't have any questions at this point. So I would like to open public comment at this point, and I'd like the public to be able to get their points across as clearly and as succinctly, but as quickly as possible. Sharon is going to be timing it so we can keep some semblance of a pace for the meeting. So I'll open public comment, and Sharon, who is here?
Mr. Patrick Smith first.
Patrick Smith, okay.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
I can hear you, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So there are several issues that are still concerning the ownership of 800 Buena Vista. One is the olive trees continue to say that they're 18 feet, but the species that's specified grows up to 28 to 30 feet in height and also branches out pretty big. So there was a story pole put in place, and without a condition that there is a license agreement to enter the property and top the trees, I'm 100% opposed to the olive trees. It's a big deal for us. We spent millions and millions of dollars based on the fact that the predecessors to this owner allowed us to trim the trees for 100 feet, the bushes that are on both sides of the wall, not one side of the wall, on both sides of the wall for the last 7 years, and prior to us for an additional decade from the previous two owners. So we believe that based on the fact that that view corridor for the ocean and the horizon and the valley below is critical to our quality of life on the property next door, that this still becomes an issue. I've asked a simple thing. If this is a spec home that's being sold, delete the olive trees. It's not that hard. It's not going to change the project at all from an operational standpoint, but it's going to solve the problem between neighbors. That's the one key issue. The other key issue is that previously, as shown in my drawing, there was a hammerhead that was previously approved by the fire department that required a gate movement. Since this is a brand new project, given the planning commission's findings, or the planning department's findings, that it has to start all over again, can the gate be moved so that the hammerhead can be resolved not on our property, but on the applicant's property where the previous applicant had it approved? It's a key issue to us. Lastly, from a standpoint of having a brand new issue, the trellises that are added just showed up for the first time on this application, and we have no determination as to whether or not they're affecting our views. So those are the key issues in terms of our concerns, and it would be simple to delete these additions. And we followed through and specifically looked at the Montecito architectural guidelines and development standards. And with the new application, this house would not be built. It would have to follow the slopes and the guidelines. It would have to follow the requirements of the Montecito architectural guidelines and development standards. And I believe that's what the planning department has said this project needs to have happen. Thank you.
Thank you for summary, Patrick. Is there anyone else, Sharon?
One last thing, I'm sorry. One last thing.
Okay, please go ahead quickly.
I will go quickly. The trash enclosure at its present location on the left-hand side of the garage is in close proximity to our brand new cabana and our pool and our jacuzzi. It would be really nice if since they're removing the area on the far right-hand side of the project, if that trash enclosure, because there's no elevations, there's no details, et cetera, we don't know if it's got a roof on it, we don't know if it's noxious or not noxious, is pushed to the right-hand side of the project where they're removing the tank.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
I have Mr. Chris Jacobs.
Okay.
Chris,
Chris, are you there?
can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Am I unmuted?
You are. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, we can hear you. Welcome. If you could be as succinct as you could, Chris.
I will try. I submitted another letter. I submitted a letter dated March 22nd. Again, it's we're really not talking about a remodel. This is this project. If you go and look at it, the house, there's very little left of this house. In my opinion, I don't think that you could find any of it which still has any sort of vested grandfathered rights. The remodel that's being proposed requires all kinds of structural modifications, which are necessary to do what the applicant wants to do. And I know that Alex's presentation to you was that the house lost its legal non-conforming status as to height. But I would submit that it goes far beyond that, and that the entire project needs to be treated as a new project and found consistent with the Montecito Land Use and Development Code and the AMBAR's architectural guidelines. Those apply to size, bulk, and scale, design characteristics, neighborhood compatibility. But our focus, the Lighthouse Trust, which is at 1948 Tallis, is primarily focusing on privacy. And I know in my letter, if you can put my letter up, I think, let's see.
I think it's up now. Is that right, Dave?
Yeah, it looks like March 23rd. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the one. And in it, I cut and clipped the cartoon from the guidelines that's on page 16. I think that's probably on the second page of my letter. You know, and that famous cartoon is the one that's really applicable here. The individual standing on the second floor, elevated floor level there, is looking down into a swimming pool. That's kind of exactly the situation that we have with this project. In the master bedroom, where they're putting a large sliding door and a small balcony, looks directly down into a private garden area on the east side of the new house that's being constructed at 1948 Tallis. So focusing on that southwesterly appendage of this house, southeasterly appendage, you know, if you look at the thing, it's really a poorly designed addition that was added to this house in the mid 1980s. It's not great architecture. It would never be approved if it was submitted today for approval. And what we have is an applicant that's trying to save that. And you ask yourself, why are they trying to save this? You look at the inside and it has 8-foot plate lines. You know, the dimensions of the rooms are really not to the kind of standard that I believe this applicant is trying to achieve. And he's a good designer, and he would never, you know, design rooms that have 8-foot plate lines. But for some reason, he wants to preserve this 1980s appendage to the building. And it's a little bit too tall. So their design solution is simplistic, and it suggests that they can achieve that by simply chopping off the ridge portion of the roof and creating a truncated roof form that does not match anything else on the property. And really, you know, I don't know, I'm not an architect, but I don't believe that it is a very good design. So anyway, our primary focus is on that privacy issue. I've talked to the applicant and I've suggested, you know, either eliminate that second story or step it back significantly so it doesn't create this privacy issue and a really aesthetically unattractive condition. I don't believe that they're proposing any landscaping to screen that, because if they put the landscaping there, I believe that they feel it would impinge on their ocean views. And the applicant has told me that that's critical, that he has to have those ocean views, and he's not going to step it back.
Okay, so is that your letter? All the things
that's really the summary of my letter, Sam.
Okay.
And you know, I don't want to bore you with the details or repeat stuff that I've said previously.
Thank you, Chris, for that. And, it's nice to see that you've had some discussions, but I'd like to see if there's anyone else in the public that is online to try to speak. Sharon, is there one?
Oh, wait, Mr. Traeger, hold on.
Hello, Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks.
Keep your comments as simple and as succinct as you can, please.
I'm Tim Traeger. I'm an attorney. I represent Westpac Investments. I just wanted to supplement what Mr. Smith said about the hammerhead. If you could go back to his letter, that would be great.
His letter or drawing?
The drawing on the letter, yeah. So there's an existing hammerhead that's on the property itself. And when we got started with this discussion today, it was mentioned that, you know, the existing gate is now not sufficient. And so having a hammerhead on the property is basically nullified by the gate. And as Mr. Smith said, look, this is now a new development, you know, so nothing's grandfathered in, I don't think. So this continues to be a problem. If the fire department, you know, approves it with the gate and the hammerhead behind the gate, well, that might solve the problem. But I don't think you can ignore, if it's a new development, that it currently doesn't meet the standards. So the suggested solution is to put the hammerhead not on the property, but in the access lane. And there was a comment made, it's a fair comment, that you're really concerned with the property itself. But even though that's a fair comment, it ignores the reality of the situation. That if you approve it and think that, well, then this is going to get developed because they're going to put a hammerhead outside the property, which we're not concerned about, you know, you're just approving something that's going to lead to litigation, because there is no permission to build something in that easement. You know, that this is a flag lot, and this property is owned by Mr. Smith. And there is a easement for access to the applicant's property, but there is no easement to build a hammerhead on that property. And if you look at it, the hammerhead actually is not just on Mr. Smith's property, on which an access easement exists. It goes into the property to the north, which I believe is owned by Mrs. Malis. And so, you know, if what he's really trying to do here is, you know, give you a design that requires a feature to be built on property that isn't even covered by the application. So if you're going to look at this at all, you know, at the very least, you should, you know, make it any further development, you know, be contingent upon the applicant demonstrating that they have a right, you know, to build something that's not on the property that's required, you know, to build what he wants to build that's on the property. That's all I wanted to say. Otherwise, you're putting the cart before the horse.
Thank you. Is that your comments at this point?
It is. Thank you, Mr. Mathis.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you. So with that, I'd like to close public comment and bring it back to the applicant for a response on any of those public comments real quickly, please.
Can you hear us? Because we're worried we have a problem with our mute. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You can hear us. Yeah.
Don Sharp,
Yes,
when do you need to leave us?
4:30, 4:15.
We're gonna,
Okay. So we'll keep rolling here. I want to give them a brief chance to discuss what they just heard, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Okay.
So to address a couple of things, the turnaround that they are talking about for the hammerhead has been approved by the fire department basically as an apron to a driveway. And that apron to the driveway belongs to a woman named Hideko, which is also on Buena Vista, and she's given full permission for it. The permission that they're talking about is that to back up into that driveway, which belongs to her, onto the road that all of us have easements on. That's an easement for all properties on Buena Vista. So they don't own that property. They own the property on the road, and we have easements, all properties, but the hammerhead itself, the driveway apron belongs to someone else, to Hideko, and she's already sent the letter in and approved the hammerhead there. That's number one. Number two, I know that, you know, the attorney representing Cullis, you know, there are a lot of people that have a lot more money than me. I cannot afford to tear this house down and move it back 20 feet so that they can have privacy in her jacuzzi. They have 5 acres to put a jacuzzi on, and they can simply put a hedge on the backside of the jacuzzi so that nobody sees any naked bodies. No one's interested in seeing naked bodies. So the privacy issue can't have to cost me millions of dollars in order to have her jacuzzi exactly where she wants it. That's all I have to say.
I want to make one more comment about the hammerhead. And there's been a misunderstanding among all the neighbors about this. That hammerhead up on the road is because Buena Vista is a dead-end street. If that hammerhead is removed and a hammerhead is required to go on 976 Buena Vista, the fire department is going to require 3 more hammerheads, one on each of the perimeter properties. They're going to require a hammerhead on 800 Buena Vista and on 810 Buena Vista and on the property that's just north of that fire department turnaround. So it's an either or situation. Either this hammerhead goes on that driveway right in the middle, or 4 individual hammerheads go on each of the 4 perimeter properties.
And that's on the planning memo.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both.
To clarify that.
I would like to make one
gonna-
comment. This is the landscape. I would like to make a comment about the existing hedges between our property and the property behind. They're yew pines. They're very tall. I mean, they're right now, their natural growth is to 20 feet. So they're Podocarpus gracilis, and they can grow up to 30, 40 feet tall. And they are maintained to maintain those views. So worrying about olive trees, I think it's mute. I mean, the hedges themselves are going to be taller than the olive trees. So I would just like to point that out.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, with the applicant response, I'd like to close public and all comment and bring it back to the board for our comments. Who'd like to volunteer to start? I'm trying to be gentle, but I think maybe John, would you want to take off the primary role here? We'll all need to say something.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chairman. I love you too.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's fine. I'll take it on. So there are, as people have noticed my presentations, I will oftentimes bifurcate my comments, compartmentalize my comments, and try to deal with each of the compartments separately. If we could start with the FAR and the FAR study, please. Well, there's that, but I think the more important, that says 125, the more important thing is the study, please.
The neighborhood study?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Dave, for juggling all these.
David, you are.
I know, he's so good.
Thank you for doing this.
He's just so good at this. It's amazing.
Oh, he's great. Yeah. I think we should make him permanent vice chairman.
That's what I'm worried about.
That's what he's worried about. Okay, when I look at this, it's the truth and nothing but the truth. It's a little bit of the whole truth is not quite there. Some of these are like in the upper right-hand corner, 743 Lilac is 2.4% over, but it's red. 975 Knollwood is 0.0%, 0.8% over 3 square feet, but it's red. So, and now I recognize, and then there's 721, which is 9% over. I recognize that some of these are over. I recognize that there is evidence of projects of this size in the area. I do recognize that. The comment in the guidelines, which I helped write, was talking about the neighborhood taken as a whole and whether or not it conforms with the project, the proposed project. And in my mind, as everybody on the board knows, I'm pretty strict about this. I think it may just barely be there. So I'm not just gonna across the board say no. The study shows that there are some projects over the FAR, and so I'm at least open to that. Thank you, David. Now, the next thing, can we go back to the site plan, please? Okay, there was, I think it's Patrick Smith, is that correct? Who lives in the upper right-hand corner and is describing views that he has enjoyed. And my sense of his description of it, and I'm not positive of this, but my sense of his description is I have an easement for one portion of the property, and I have enjoyed something more than that with, it sounds like 2 or 3 owners, and implying in that statement, therefore I have the right to ask for more or for this to continue. First of all, that's outside the jurisdiction. Yes, good neighbor policies trying to protect views. We do take a look at that. But to describe it as a right, I don't think is correct. I think that there are possibilities to have those olive trees either be removed or to find a species, which I think that Sam or Claire could help identify, that really will keep them at 18 feet and will solve that issue. Number 3, there has been representation by multiple neighbors and attorneys representing neighbors and things of that nature, that the determination that was initiated by Chris Jacobs at our last meeting about whether or not this project has had enough construction or deconstruction to remove any existing nonconformances. I think my reading of the planning memo, which I do not know this, but I strongly suspect has been reviewed by county council, is that the county's position is that the non-conforming portion of the roof in the, I think it's the master bedroom, it's the southern wing, it can no longer be maintained. But there was no discussion that it therefore throws the entire project into non-conformance or into some state where, in essence, you're starting all over again. So I, for one, do not buy the argument that we have to basically consider this a leveled site and therefore every single aspect of it can be reconsidered, including potentially moving the entire building to the north or at least major portions of it. I do believe that the roof in the master bedroom area, again, I think that that's the function there, does need to be lowered, and it has been lowered. Whether or not that's done well architecturally, I will talk about in a minute. So the next thing that I want to bring up is when the project was for the lighthouse was being approved, the neighbor, the owner of this particular project, asked that the hedges, and in particular the olive trees that were on his southern property, or viewed from his southern property line, they were actually on the Lighthouse Trust property, to be restricted in height. And this, the Lighthouse Trust rejected that voraciously. And I asked it very pointedly, and the architect said, no, we will not restrict the height of that. And therefore, and it was approved based on that assertion, the question and the answer. And so to ask the neighbor to the north to provide the screening, I don't know that that's necessary. At some point, we can help shield landscaping or shield views to an extent, but I don't know that 100% of the responsibility of shielding views needs to be on an applicant's property if there's a particular use or location that an adjoining neighbor wishes to have additional privacy. So while I understand that they would like to have someone else take care of their problem, I'm not so sure that that's something that the guidelines ask for. I think that could be argued, but I'm not so sure I agree with that. And number two, I don't believe it's anything that I feel that I can require. Okay, now on to the architecture. Dave, can you please go to the elevation that shows the south property, the south elevation at the master bedroom?
A2.2.
Next, oh, that's it, on the north part. It's curious that you had clipped gables before. You're removing clipped gables, but then in this area, at the southern master bedroom suite, it looks like you are reintroducing a clipped gable, at least in 2 dimensions. I understand 3 dimensions, it's going to have a different feel, but I think the point is well taken that this should be a consistent piece of architecture, and I don't see that the approach that this particular or this solution is consistent with the rest of the building. Now, I know that most of us architecturally would want to go for a single slope throughout the project, but I think it's sort of a coin toss, and I'd be very interested in hearing the other members of the board discuss this, whether or not a reduced slope would be a better solution than this flat roof. But I think that it does meet the requirements of the code. I'm not as convinced that it meets the architectural requirements of it. And the case that Chris Jacobs is trying to make is, would we approve this had it been a brand new building? And I think if it is articulated properly, it could be, given that we have a clipped roof down below on the lower portion of this drawing that has a similar character to what's being proposed. We're just missing a very small overhang and rafter tails. So I am, again, open to this idea. I'm not thrilled by it, but does it meet the basic requirements? Probably. So in summary, and the fire department turnaround. I'm hearing 2 different stories here, and I asked last time, please get that thing resolved one way or the other. And does not seem to me that it's resolved. Somebody's not agreeing with something. And I don't really, if it comes back and I hear this again, I think I'm probably going to approve it. And if you guys don't like it, then you can file, and if ever the other members of the board agree with me, then you can sue the county. But I'm not sure that it is illegal what is being proposed. I have not seen any of the paperwork. And according to Alex, before he left, it's not even really a part of this project, and therefore to try to condition this project or inhibit this project or any of that kind of terminology based on that turnaround, I think is inappropriate from a fairly strict sense of what is within our jurisdiction to review and not. So I am lukewarm to this project. I am hardly embracing it with open arms, as I did on some of the projects earlier today. But the question in my mind, is there a basic level of approvability that exists in Montecito? And if that statement is true, does this rise to that standard? I think it's approvable. I'm not so sure it's going to be the best piece of architecture that's ever been seen in Montecito, but that doesn't mean it's not approvable. So that's where I am right now. We're not on for preliminary, much less preliminary and final. So my sense is this board needs to fish or cut bait. One way or the other, we put it on. I would recommend we put it on for approval next time, and we'll see how the votes come down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good job, John. So I'll go ahead with Don and see if we can stay on the architectural side of this, and then we'll transfer into site work. But Don Sharp, would you please make some comments?
Yeah, I agree with John. No, I'm.
Me too.
The architecture concerns me. And I think it looks at what it is, chopped off, not acceptable to the architecture in Montecito. And I do not like the lack of Dutch gables. And I think it's lost most of its character by the revisions. So unlike John, I cannot approve this architecture as is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Claire?
Oh, God. Okay. For the most part, I agree with both John and with Don. Then there's all the other issues, and so going back to the privacy issue with the proposed new architecture, for me, I just from neighbor to neighbor, I would agree with Chris Jacobs. I don't think I wanted a balcony overlooking so that somebody, and we do this all the time, where we abide with our statements about privacy, and we ask people to move their windows to the right or to the left or up and down, and this large expanse with a balcony, overlooking my private property is unacceptable to me. So I disagree with that. Then there was this whole conversation about the olives and all of people's views and things like that. For me, I would recommend as a landscape architect that you change the species of the olives, making them a smaller, like much smaller tree, it would be so easy for you guys just to take those olives away and put into 3 smaller ones. Okay, that's just my point of view about that it would be very easy to do that. And then there was there's this conversation that keeps coming up about the turnaround, which ultimately we now understand we already have a turnaround on this property. It's there on the plan. Yeah. So all this other conversation about another turnaround, that's not this property owner's problem. They've created a turnaround that the fire department is okay with because they've signed off on the plans. So I don't think that the turnaround that's on the other side up there, that has nothing to do with this property owner. I don't know why we keep going back to it. And then there was one other question that I had, which had to do with, it came up during the presentation where the neighbor was asking for change of location of the trash enclosure. I don't even remember that we ever saw that. So I would like to know on the site plan where the hell this trash enclosure is that the neighbor wants moved before I address it.
It's on the west
it's
corner
right
of the new
there.
garage. Southwest corner of the new garage.
Right there it is. Okay. Well, if one wanted to be neighborly, then I would say move the trash can, but it's not required, so I don't know, those are all my comments at this point.
Okay, thank you, Claire. So I'll just start by saying that the fire department issue, as I asked Alex before he left, was something that's not to be completely the responsibility of this site. This site needs to have its own fire department solution. And what we're seeing there is a solution that shows the radiuses and the potential of the turnaround that may be correct. I would put upon this owner and this project at this point to get the fire department involved in this solution and bring us back a drawing that is approved by the Montecito Fire Department that shows that your solution is correct and works, and they'll accept it based on all the original approach to this driveway, the original gate, all their conditions of knock boxes, the things that they need. I think that's important for you as a property owner to have achieved for your planning aspect, but for you safety wise. So that's something I'd like to see you take care of. As far as the landscape height control, I agree that the 18 feet over the years of these two compatible properties being good neighbors should be adhered to. So if there's some kind of terms that could be agreed to for the 18 feet for the olives to be kept, or as Claire suggested, another tree species which doesn't push the limit above 18 feet because of its growth habits, that's another thing that I'd like to see you come back with. As far as the architecture, I too agree with the architects. This reduction in height is welcome for many reasons to bring it into conformance. But I don't think the style that the new architecture is being shown to as a solution is a correct style for a quality home in the neighborhood. So I would bring back the original Dutch hip if you want the clip. Now, is someone talking in the background? Could they please mute their mic?
Chair, hi.
Could you
I was
please
good.
mute your mic, please. I don't know who you are, Travis. It's not your turn to
I'm
speak.
the deputy director. I was going to ask whoever's on this call, if you're not speaking, could you please mute because we are trying to record the call?
It has to do with their delivery.
They're not listening to us, Travis.
I could tell.
Well, I explained it all.
Sharon, do we have a way of muting people?
You're disrupting the meeting.
I'm gonna mute people.
Okay, thanks, Sharon.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Travis.
Yeah.
Sorry. Back to my flow. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that if these roof lines are to be flattened and lowered, which I commend them for doing that just in general for the height of this hillside condition, maybe the Dutch hip on the end and modifying it, gabling back to bring some continuity back to the architecture. You can have a mixture of Dutch hips and of regular ridge lines. I think, and I would say that that would be something that would make the architecture consistent from north to south. So the study of the complete building to be in common with itself is to be put on this project as a condition of the architectural style being more complete. As far as the trash and the trellis brought up by the neighbors, I think the trash area, if it's screened and if it's shielded and if it's potentially covered, can be something that is okay in that position. I understand their concern. It's like pool equipment. You don't want something in your locale next to the property line. I see that it is. So I would say that it should be brought back into the setback and potentially covered to be a good neighbor or dealt with in a way that is neighborly. As far as the trellis, I think we looked at that last time, and it is a small enough structure that as long as it's in a realm of 10 or 12 feet, I don't think it's going to be anything that would be a potential view problem. And then as far as the privacy issue with the southern neighbor, I put to that southern neighbor that they knew this house was that close when they started this early design discovery way back when. They knew that that gable end was there, and they took account of that with their landscaping and with their olive trees and a lot of their terrace work that they did. And I think that's something, like I think John might have mentioned, it's not a condition of one owner to have to fix it for the other. I think it's a combination of things that will help make the privacy better. I would like them to show and study any kind of privacy screening in the planter dirt area on their property that's forward of that gable end to be studied and shown to us in the future, because there is some room as I look at the site plan. If you move that site plan up a little bit, Dave, we can look at the bottom where there is some terrace land to the south of that gable end. It may be that there's walkway or stepping stones or something, but we could study, you could study how that might be a better neighbor by looking at installing some screening on your property that might take care of some view angles that would be more acceptable to common privacy between two Montecito neighbors. So I think there's plenty of things that we've discussed there. I'm not so concerned about the FAR, as I see that there are other large homes in the area. This footprint has been here. This footprint, I think, can be worked architecturally in its condition. I don't think it falls on completely a need to move it away from the property line, as John has suggested. So all those are very good comments. At this point, I think we're really here for conceptual review. We don't have enough resolved with the architecture and a lot of the site questions to suggest we can give it any more than maybe a preliminary at the next time if these things are resolved. But I vote upon you to get these things resolved. The fire department, some of these view issues with your neighbor, and your architectural style. So is there any other discussion by board members?
Mr.
No.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
Travis, you're the deputy director now.
Yes, for development
Congratulations.
review.
I've never met you. Congratulations. I think you'll.
Yeah, I've actually been here a little over a year now, a year and 4 months. So
There you go.
It's
Okay.
nice to meet all of you finally. Yes.
Yeah.
It appears that the neighbors have, as we say in the community, lawyered up.
Yes.
Would you please make sure that all of the documents and things like that that you as a department present to us have been reviewed by your attorney, and bring it back if and only if you believe all planning and legal issues from the county's point of view are there. And I would like to recommend that we move this into a preliminary phase next, and we'll see if we can find votes or not and try to keep this thing moving. I think we are out of the world of concept here and we need to move on. So that's my comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think that's a good summary, John. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Don?
What is it returning for?
At this point, if all things are in order, preliminary.
Thank you.
Okay.
But saying that, I think that the architectural quality of that southern wing, somebody needs to look into their heart and figure out what the proper architecture is.
That's what I was trying to get at, John. And I don't just want the southern wing to be its own anomaly. I want there to be other elements that the house ties together front and back.
Yeah, I think you're right, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. So with that, I'll close item 6 and we'll move on to the last item of the day.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, so we're now on to item 7, which is 615 Hot Springs Road. And this is here for further conceptual preliminary approval of an addition to the existing single-family dwelling of approximately 862 square feet and a 55 square foot addition to the existing garage. The project also includes hardscape and landscape improvements, including alterations to the existing driveway and a new entry gate. The following structures currently exist on the site: a single-family dwelling. I don't think we need to get into that right now, but I do have some minutes from a February 11th meeting. The MBAR comments are, number one, landscape is improved. Number two, like the setback away from the road. Number three, need more info on proposed entry change at Hot Springs. Number four, clarify what is existing and what is proposed more clearly on the plans. Number five, address curb wall comments raised by neighbor. Number six, work with project planner to address any issues with nonconformity and legality of existing structures. Number seven, consider preparing a neighborhood FAR study. Number eight, detailing on this project will be very important. And the last item, number nine, provide full set of elevations of proposed changes. So with that, is the applicant here for item number 7?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me all right?
Yes, thank you. Could you introduce yourself?
Thank you. This is Dara Barker, and I'm the owner, and I'm also a designer. And I have with me on the call Diana Kelly, who is also my agent and designer. And I also have our landscape designer, Chantel Vo, when we get to that part. And I feel like I need to take a breath from the last presentation. And
you do. Think about
I
us.
know you guys handled yourself
Hey,
such
Stan,
a
you
plum.
want to take a look at this memo from the before we get started too?
Yeah, so yeah, I think we need a meditation.
Preliminary, okay. Let me just look at this real quickly, please.
They've determined that it's legal non-conforming is the.
So
Oh, good. Thank you, Dave. So
I
that's it.
appreciate that. Last time we were here, we had a fairly positive conceptual review, but we had a little bit of a snafu in that some of the software didn't quite work and some of the elevations didn't quite resolve themselves. And so there were some questions, and hopefully this set will answer everything that was on that list. I hope so. So let me just orient you first. If you could go to the very first page, beyond this page, the very next one. And if you could blow it up a tiny bit, I don't know if everyone can see it.
Good. I was going to ask for an aerial, and there it is all together. Good.
Yes. So what this page has on it is in the top left is the existing conditions. And let me just orient you is that this is on the west side of Hot Springs between East Valley and Mountain. The house is the property is a little over an acre. And as you can see my car in that picture. The house sits way back on the back part of the property. This was a house that was sort of a project that was partially done, I believe, by the prior owner in 2004. They built for lack of a better word, more or less Spanish Mediterranean house, but left the other bedrooms in a batten board, fairly dilapidated batten board style, as you can see exactly where your mouse is. So you can see the front of the house is new, the existing front, and the batten board is in the back portion. So exactly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So anyway, that's what we're dealing with. So this project is proposing to do two things: make a cohesive style. So it's to take that batten board wing where the other bedrooms are, and to both attach it to the existing house and to make the style cohesive as the style in the front of the house. So as you can see, it consists of a little cabana in the back, which for some reason we included in the square footage, but as you can see, it only has one wall. And then there's this existing batten board sort of L-shaped wing. The second part of the proposed part of the project, which I'll show you on the site plan as we get there, is to create a better entranceway. Currently, the entranceway is about a 90-degree entrance right off of Hot Springs, which, as you know, people kind of speed down. It's a pretty major thoroughfare. And it also sits right under a power line. So I was hoping to provide a little bit more of a gracious setback from that, from the main road, and include a gate and just move it a little bit more south so that it can be a little bit larger in that current pink wall that's there. So these are the proposed inspiration images at the top, and the proposed sort of mood board, which is really just to use the existing part of the front house and sort of carry that style back into the rest of the house. if that makes sense. As we can move through I'm trying to be mindful of how long you guys have been working on this. If you move to the next, through the next stages, you'll see the existing site plan. And then if you go to 8.1.1, you'll see what the new proposed addition is. So if you look in the middle, you'll see that cross-hatched area. That's the proposed new addition. And all it is really incorporating the existing overhang. So there's really very little addition to the existing structure, and incorporating the other wing so that children can be in the main house and their bedrooms are not outside of the main house. So as you can move through the documents, which I think came in 3 parts, but if you move to 8.2.2, 8.2.11 and 2.12, you'll get to see what that new hallway would be. That would just enclose would create a walkway between the existing structure and that batten board wing. So if you keep moving through, you'll see, do you see that structure? It's showing that would be the new portion. So everything on this site is existing except for those, that additional hallway connecting the main structure to the existing overhang, which would then become the new front entrance.
Mr. Chair, this is Don.
Yes,
I
Don.
must leave the meeting now.
Okay, do we have someone else? Tip, did you come back by chance?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay,
Thanks so
thank
much.
you. So
Thank you.
we still have-
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Don. We still have quorum. I
Thank you, Don.
appreciate it.
Does he want to make
Perfect.
any, yeah. If
Thank
there's
you.
any questions, I can answer. So really all this project is really seeking to do is those 2 things: attach the structure to the current, it's built in 2004, but it's the more, I'm going to call it the modern part of the house, and make that style cohesive. So it no longer has that sort of dilapidated batten board look. And the way I would do that is to carry out that same roof structure, you know, so it would conform. It's kind of a hacienda type style house. It's all 1 story. There were some questions, which Diana Kelly can happily address. She's on the call, about the FAR. But again, these structures are existing. They're all there.
So thank you. I'll ask that your landscape architect, your landscape designer present some of the questions we
Yes.
had about.
My landscape designer, Chantel, is going to present it, and it's in the 3rd. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Hi there. So yes, I'll present kind of the new driveway layout, as Dara had mentioned, with the new entrance on Hot Springs, and just kind of landscaping around it. So the new driveway, it kind of gives more of a gracious apron from the street. You can actually pull in, use the keypad, wait for the gates to open, opposed to being, you know, pretty close to the high traffic street. So then there's going to be, new driveway gates there. I think that Diana had drawn some elevations of that on her plans. And coming into the driveway, we had reconfigured it. We're leaving it the same material that it is right now currently, which is this pea gravel with a sandstone edging. And so we have like a turnout for some guest parking right there as you come in. It's still the same kind of like loop, but we're decreasing the middle portion of it, just so it lends, or it gives her a bigger front yard as well. So the entire front yard isn't taken up by the driveway. We're leaving the part of the driveway against the house. It's still gonna be sandstone cobble with mortar joints, and the landscaping around it to kind of blend with the Mediterranean feel of the house. As you'll see in the conceptual, or like the imagery on top of the plan, it's just a lot of low water kind of Mediterranean style plantings like lavenders and agaves and rosemary, and kind of matches with what is existing there. A lot of the plan, as you see, that's not green is existing to remain. So we're trying to keep as much as we can, along with trees that are there already. And so.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
Thank
kind of
you.
it. Mhm.
And
Let's see.
one thing I neglected to add, I just wanted to make sure that I addressed it. I did have a lovely meeting with the neighbor to the north who I think did not enjoy a great relationship with the prior owner, and that was he was concerned about there being a drop off. Anyway, those have been addressed. We had a nice neighborly conversation. I'm going to do whatever he has asked me to do. In fact, my contractor has already put up, he was concerned about a hole for his dogs. And anyway, that was dealt with. And because I am definitely of the view that you need to be good to your neighbors.
Trying to address the curb comments raised by the neighbor. Is that what?
That's exact. Yes, he was. He has a very large sort of a very large property that sort of wraps around it all the way to him in the north. He kind of touches this property on 3 sides, and there's a change in elevation, and he wanted some netting placed behind his fence so that should somebody be working on this property, they not fall, and we've done that. So
Okay, good.
Okay,
Thank you. And I think one of the items was the FAR study that we were concerned about. And I think, did you confirm
Yes.
that that's an existing non-conforming, Dave, from the planner?
That's what the planning memo says, yes.
And really all it is kind of an infill on top of the existing roof lines. Okay.
Please go to the cover sheet where
Mr.
I have
Chairman,
the FAR calcs. And there are 2 FAR calcs because when you attach this existing accessory structure to the house, all of that square footage goes into the house number.
Diana, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, this is Diana Kelly, helping Dara out.
Okay.
Hello,
Okay.
everybody. Good to see your faces.
Okay, good. So what are we looking at on the left?
So in the top left corner of the cover sheet, I've done 2 breakdowns of how we can do it, and it's all about removing one door by connecting the existing accessory structure to the house. That all becomes one big house number, which really raises up our percentage. So there they both are. The one on the left is without the door that connects inside of the accessory structure, and it leaves a portion that would leave an attached accessory structure at the back end where the playroom is and the home office is, the back corner of that L-shaped accessory structure. But Dara,
and I would also add, I'm not exactly sure why, and maybe our planner extraordinaire could answer this, but we included in this square footage, which I think would change the numbers, that cabana structure. And that's about 200 square feet. And as you saw it if you go to page 2 right after this, you'll see that has 1 wall. So this also, Diana also did a great job of showing how certainly this is within the scope of the houses around. If you go to the other page, you'll see neighbor's house behind.
Oh, no, wait. Let us do this, okay?
Right, he's got it right there. We did a study of the adjacent parcels.
So those are all the addresses, the acreage, and the square
all
footages.
around, exactly.
So the
And
red,
my map is to the left that corresponds with these parcels.
are the red in the green climb or the red over the
Yes, they are.
recommended? Is that what
Yes,
you're
they are.
indicating?
That's
Okay,
right.
thanks, Diane. It's really easy to read that way.
You're welcome. And so there's our parcel, the hatched part there. So I took it all around to the ones that are shown in this plan. Every one of those is in that spreadsheet.
Good,
So
good
the
job.
the neighbor to the west is the one who complained, and he's got that long driveway right to the south of Dara's property.
Oh, got it.
Going to the back, and you can see that in the aerial photo. And I took a photo of the fence that's there already along that area that he was talking about, and that's on the next page. You'll see that in a photo on the next page. So like she said, she's already talked to him now, so everything's cool. And then I did break down all the square footages right there in the, underneath the title. You can see the existing square footage, and then the part that's converted. So we're not adding, we're just converting. We're building underneath the covered breezeway, Our addition is really just that small little neck of corridor to allow those 3 bedrooms to become part of the main house.
Think that's understood. And your numbers show that the average overage for the accounting houses is 15.9% over.
I think so. To the left, if we could see a little.
Just looking at your
Yes.
totals, and at the bottom, you have a
Yes, Sam, that's it.
red number.
That's right.
Just real quickly to refresh our memory,
That's right.
0.7,
So ours is 16.
20, 21. There's some big ones in there.
Yes. As you go up the hill, of course.
And I do think if we took out that 200 square feet of that other structure, which we did count anyway,
That would
I think
help.
those would come down to.
Yeah.
Okay. So is that your presentation at this point?
I mean, I was, in the interest of time, I was being, succinct, but if you want to go through and look at the floor plans and elevations, I'm happy to do that too, but.
All the
I think we should.
Seen those.
You have not seen the elevations?
Let's look at the elevations.
Flip through them, but they weren't in the last meeting because they didn't get delivered to you. So they're all in a more complete set now with key plans.
Let's quickly go through the elevations as they are proposed, existing and proposed.
I put the existing on top with its proposed elevation right below them, so you can see them side by up and down. So on A311, that's the first sheet. There you go. There you go. Because that's the front door right at the top, enclosing the breezeway in the second, number 2. So new steel doors to enclose that existing breezeway.
Okay.
Plaster wall infill. So I drew the elevation straight on, and then I did the angled parts winging from it, and those are shown in the dimension strings underneath, what's straight on and what's angled. All the elevation heights are verified in there, though we are getting it surveyed right now by Jose Cardenas to help us pin, just finalize this all and get it true. But I have elevation dimensions everywhere. Our new addition is below the height of the garage ridge and the accessory structure ridge too. So our addition is a little shed roof below those things in the backyard that nobody sees unless you're in that pool rear yard area. On this one, the second elevation down, number 10, Dara wants to take out that middle column that's right in front of the fireplace, and we're doing a new steel beam there to open that area up right outside of the living room that overlooks the pool. Do you see that change there?
Yeah.
So that all opens up, and then to the left is the other steel door at the other end of the breezeway, so they're mirroring each other and you can look right through it. It's beautiful. Will be beautiful. And then the kitchen door changes too, and that lasts to the right of that covered area on the last sheet. So, and then here, the second number 16 there it's showing the corridor put together. One is straight on behind the garage, and over to the left is the area in front of what is now the accessory structure. So that's a lot of doors and windows added, but it's going to be a beautiful light-filled corridor, gallery to walk down.
And I just want to add, none of this is visible from the street. This is that hacienda that sort of wraps around that pool area.
And then the finish on the walls will be plaster stucco to match the house, and the entire structure of that accessory structure needs to be redone structurally to handle the load of the new clay tile roofs.
Do you have a
We're
roof
going to
plan?
we're going to do the hipped roof instead of the gable roof too, to match the house as well.
There is, I think it's in the first set, Diana, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a picture of the proposed new roof.
I just want to see
looking down.
the intersection of the two buildings, how the roofs come together there. If you have that.
View is just where you just were. There it is straight on the second. Okay.
Oh, here we are.
It elbows like that. So it's a kick roof off of both the garage roof and the accessory. And then at the little elbow part, it's going to cant down to an eave on that part. And there's a door on that side too, coming out.
It mirrors what's on the rest of what I'm calling the newer part of the house.
They're very close to each other so we can make that happen there.
Okay. Is that a wrap on your presentation, pretty much?
I think so, unless there are any questions.
Well, we'll
I can
ask
answer.
questions now if that's okay. So I'll go back to the board and start with some questions. Maybe start with you, Tip. Any questions?
Yes, so what is the final FAR right now?
Yeah, that was my question. I can't quite figure out what we're talking about with FARs.
So I put 2 there purposely to confuse you. No. So ideally we want the second one in that is the higher number because it's just one interior door that lets Dara go from her home office to a bathroom.
I don't need it. No,
If I take out that one door, or if we have to put in the door, as the planner tells me, to not have the entire thing accessible to the house, it leaves a back portion that's more accessory structure. So then you get the lower number on the left, having a door there separating them. But because it all becomes, it has the ability to connect all interiorly, that
So
would give
the
it a higher
different-
FAR, but we'd like to have that door.
Claire,
So
the answer is 139.9.
But it might be a little less because of that cabana that's wide open and
Yeah,
they
but
didn't include that.
No, it's a covered structure, which is
Okay.
included with the last update. The
That's-
FAR is 139.9.
Got
Thank
it.
you, John.
So
You're
then the
welcome.
other
Well,
one.
let's
which
go
is-
back. Wait, Claire. Let's go back to Tip. He was the first to start
I'm
asking
sorry.
questions, and then we all jumped in. Go ahead, Tip. You have any more?
So what was before?
Was before.
This is all existing. This all exists now currently.
Right, so before the addition, it was like 1.30?
Yes, before the 800 square feet of that hallway and front enclosure, which is all
Thank you.
covered.
Of the breezeway.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Tip. Go ahead, Claire. Finish up your thoughts.
Well, no, I was just trying to clarify. So because there's 2 people talking. The FAR on the left side of our screen, which is 111.7, okay, that's one FAR. Then the other one is 139. Now, architect, which one am I supposed to use?
This is Alex. Can I speak to that?
Yes.
Okay, and I think it's in the memo too, but by virtue of connecting the accessory structure into the residence and creating a corridor to access that, basically it's converting that accessory structure, which had a different way of being calculated from an FAR standpoint, and it pulls that entire portion, both the addition as well as everything that's existing already, into the FAR calculation for the main residence. And so that's why even though the addition is on the smaller end, the FAR jump is pretty significant.
So the number
So
we're
it is
working
the
with
one
is
on the right.
139 then.
It's
Okay.
the one on the right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, my phone's ringing, but I'll go ahead. John?
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want
who
to
else is in
reiterate.
this? Dave?
That answered my question. That it was the FAR.
But
Thanks.
can I answer why there are 2 shown right now of how I
No,
want
we
it?
don't need, no,
thank you.
we can see it.
Well, I
think we've got that. So now I'll just take the minute to open public comment on this item.
I have another question.
Oh, I thought you were done. Okay, sorry. I'll wait on public comment.
I was wondering whether the fire department had approved the location of the new gate.
Yes,
Yes?
they have approved my plan.
So,
Yeah.
okay, that's what, yeah, so I'm just want to know, I just need to, well,
Now,
your plan is the I'm looking, I want to make sure that the distance between the pavement and the gate is per what the fire department needs.
yes,
Okay, thank you.
and the gate is shown on A 6.0.
No, I saw that.
Okay.
Can we look at that?
Nobody looked at it before, but that's where it is.
Let's look
So
at that
it's at the
now because
bottom of it's
I
at the
have some follow-up questions to that.
Sam, I'm gonna ask this one person I have here if they wanted to speak.
Why don't you ask that and then we'll know if we have any public comment. We'll go to that in a minute.
Hi,
Still
Betsy.
asking,
Did
still
you want
asking
to speak to
questions.
this project, or are you just watching? Betsy?
Betsy, unmute yourself if you want to talk.
Well, I'm not getting any answers, so
She might not want to talk. Okay.
that's
So
fine.
this is the landscape drawing. I was looking for the gate drawing. So you're just talking about plan view? Do you have an elevation view?
The detail page is out of order. Upload. It's right there at the bottom of this right here. There you go. Where is it? Oh no.
That's not, that's not a picture of the gate.
Let me, sometimes they don't show up right away. Let me try one in here.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it come in.
Oh shit.
Could be number 2 that's not coming in. Okay, well, back to maybe my questions now. Are you done, Claire?
Hang on one second. Let me find it because I did see it earlier.
Wrong sheet.
I think it's in the second grouping.
Is it?
Mr. Chairman, this is not on for final. This could get picked up at final.
This sure can. I agree, but I had some questions about the wall and the configuration along Hot Springs. I don't understand that completely on the public side of what's changing. Are you modifying the existing wall? Are you taking it down? Are you adding to it? How does the front along Hot Springs configure with the new versus what's existing?
So currently, right, if you go to page 1, you can really see the current picture, and I think that would be the most helpful to start as a standpoint. Yeah, second page. So if you look at, let's see, maybe that's something. Oh, there's the picture of the gate. I'm sorry, that's the proposed gate idea on the right of that, right where your finger, yes. And then if you go to page, sorry, I can't maneuver around this so well while I'm talking.
So that's the gate you would like to
This is the
propose?
inspiration image of the new gate.
It's drawn.
This is not the
Just
new
don't know why
gate.
it's not there.
Inspiration, got it. It's an
Okay.
open gate, open iron with stone pilasters.
Yeah, so there was a picture, oh, here it is. The top, okay, sorry. The top left under the existing hot springs on this page. Yeah, if you make that a little bit bigger. Exactly. So currently that's the current, there's no gate. It's the just sort of an entrance. We're gonna move that further south with and further away from the street, and then fill that in with gate. It won't be pink. Right now it's sort of a funky salmon color. And I'm open to whatever color you'd want it to be, but that would just continue, that opening would close, and we'd add a different opening some feet further down south.
So back to my original question, are you using those same walls, or are you going to reconfigure the entire frontage of walls and gates along Hot Springs?
Using the same walls, but using the same walls, filling in what was existing to the right of your screen, filling what you are existing. So continuing them down, making a new break for the new, more gracious entry. But the existing gates and all that planting will stay exactly like it is. It currently has beautiful agave plants kind of in the front of that, and that will stay. And we'll plant new ones where we, as shown on this drawing, where the existing one, as we fill that in.
The walls that are dashed where they're removing them here and here.
Yeah, that entry goes away. I get that. The wall kind of stays in its configuration. Lots of planting space that you're using existing and proposed, which we can see next time, how that.
Well, it's on the landscape plan.
How that landscape is better resolved.
It's on the landscape plan.
Okay, well, explain to me what that is. What are those plant symbols indicating?
Please go to the landscape sheet from Chantal's set. Not this one, those are mine. So I gave her my plans, and she has made this. And there's what she's calling out for her plantings to fill in where the old driveway was.
But what I'm seeing, if that's that's very minimal landscaping on the hot spring side. And the new landscaping is just green. So I'm curious about what that is. And that looks very conceptual, but not at a point where we understand what's going to happen. So
I
that
think
would
that's
be-
an excellent point, and for the next, when we come back, we would, I was planning on keeping what's existing there. There are beautiful agave plants there, and just continuing that, taking the part that's where we're adding the new one and closing it in. So I would absolutely screen that wall exactly as it's done now.
Okay.
Chantel, can you speak to those beautiful agaves that you were showing me while we were standing in them, and all the other existing things that are standing?
Yeah. So the light green around the new entry, it's gonna match exactly what's there already, which is like large agave attenuatas and some dietes, fortnight lilies, and some other like purple hot bush. So it's gonna be, we don't have an image of it on here, but it's gonna be the exact same. So it's gonna look like, like
Well,
that it was
okay.
already there. Yeah.
I would like you to show us what you're doing, because you're changing quite a bit, and I'd like to see how that all comes together, existing and proposed. But
Absolutely.
that's kind of getting past the point now. I think we've called for public comment. And Sharon, you've got no one that's said anything, correct?
No, they're gone. Nobody's here.
Okay, so now I want to bring it back to the board now to discuss what's been presented. Thank you. So why don't we start? Let's start with Claire, see what you're thinking.
Well, given I'm in the world of landscape, along with you, Sam, one of my concerns here is that along Hot Springs right there, the existing planting is actually in the right of way. And so I'm going to request that the landscape designer bring back what's existing and what's then being proposed, and also account for a footpath in that right of way, rather than it being fully planted. Because that's what we're doing all around Montecito. We make a request to every property owner, and this is a particular corridor and where this corridor is going to get hooked up to the paths that are already being putting in by Public Works. So I just want to make sure that we get a pathway for pedestrians in the right of way amongst all the plants.
That's a great suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Claire. How about you, Dave? What kind of comments do you have?
Well, I think it's a very nice project. I can see why the applicant's proposing this. The only concern would be the FAR, but from my perspective, this isn't impacting the neighborhood. It's fitting in with the house nicely. Normally, I'd have strong concerns about improving a project this far over the FAR, but in this case, given that it's a little bit of a matter of semantics in some ways, it doesn't really impact the neighborhood. Single story, it's not impacting the adjacent neighbors, but I'm willing to make an exception for this kind of specific case. And so I can support the project if the final details are shown, especially with the landscape and the issues that have been brought up by both you and Claire.
Okay, great. Thank you, David. How about you, John?
Okay, I actually take an opposite view to Dave. If we look at the FAR study, there's actually 917 square feet that are being added. Now, they may be under roof in most cases, but it's being added. That's number one. So just to have sort of the truth, the whole truth out there. The second thing is, it's not just this project. This project now will be the largest in the neighborhood, and I guarantee that every other project in this area will point to this one and say, well, you approved something at about 140% here. Why shouldn't I be able to get 140%? But it won't be a single story, and it won't be way back on the property. It's going to be up at the front yard setback. like north of, I think it's Rivet Rock, there's a project that's like that, that is 2 stories and a tall 2 stories, and they're going to say, and 140%. So taking the long view, I think that it would be a mistake to approve this. Now, I understand that this appears to be modest and it appears to be small, but in fact, it's setting a precedent that I think will have very bad ramifications into the future, and therefore I cannot support it solely on that. Having said that, I like the new entry very much, the driveway very much from what you've done, and I understand what you're trying to get at, but I just think that this is going to set a precedence that I personally don't want to have to face. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. How about you, Tip? Your comments?
Yes, I'm sure glad you put me after John and Dave, 2 opposing views. And you know, personally, I'm not too concerned about setting a precedent because we are looking case by case, not like what we are approving today will be applied to applicable to other projects. So, in my opinion, for this project, under this condition, under the what the applicant tried to do, I have no problem approving it the way it is with the additional square footage. So the FAR is not a concern for me on this project. And I do also like the idea of moving the front gate back from Hot Springs. And I can say that Claire is an expert at right-of-way planting. Thank you, Claire. Well, this is the inside joke, but anyway. So I do like that, and I definitely can support the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tip. So I am concerned about the Hot Springs entrance resolution. I like it, but I want to know how the existing, conforming big pieces of architectural accent pieces, the agaves work with the walkway and work with the new recessed area and how that's all going to complement Montecito and Hot Springs Road. So I'd like all that shown next time. I think really from the street, this is going to be mostly a landscape project because you're not going to be seeing any different architecture except for infill windows, if you will, than what's presented now. So as far as the FAR, we have all this existing square footage, existing roof, existing footprint, except for little connection pieces. I agree with Tip that it's, these are case by case. And if someone tries to use this, as John suggests, in the future for precedent, we will look at it, but that project has to measure up on its own. This one's unique with just this infill. So I don't look at it as something that is, wholly negatively pushing our FAR rule. It's kind of just something that's an anomaly and a unique condition of infill. So I like the architecture, the way it's all tied together now without the big board and bat building back in there. It's now tied together as a unified courtyard type home of this style. I think the landscaping in the foreground is going to be very important. So I'm interested to see how all of that is pulled together from the front to the back. The images are nice, of course, but now we'll be looking to see a good, complete, real plan of what this property is going to be looking like. So I think we're here for conceptual preliminary approval. Is there anyone that would make a motion for this to move into the preliminary realm?
To final for.
No.
No, we need to give it preliminary first.
Oh, we're on for preliminary today.
I know.
We worked with the planner to get everything that was
I know, but
necessary.
You've not been given preliminary, is my understanding. You're looking to get it.
No, we have been.
No, you don't understand.
No.
You don't understand how we look at it is not how you look at it.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Right, I know. So, this is agendized for conceptual, further conceptual / preliminary. So we have the option of giving you further conceptual or now voting to give this
apologize.
project preliminary.
So, Sam,
Yes, Tim.
can I make a motion for preliminary approval with the applicant to come back for final with more details and for the front entrance along Hot Springs, which include landscaping, wall design, and gate design. And
Thank you.
also look at the providing a pedestrian pathway for the right of way along Hot Springs Road.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Ooh.
No second?
I was
second.
muted. I'm sorry. I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Sorry. I was wondering, I started making a motion and I didn't, yeah, that's my fault. I was muted.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
So that's 4-1.
Don is muted.
So
Dawn's not here.
3-1, sorry, right?
No, 4.
4 because Tip's here. Tip, Dave, Claire,
Claire.
me, and John. There's 5. So it's 4-1 like I thought, John.
Very good.
Okay, Sharon, you get that?
I did, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move for adjournment.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
I'll
Thank you very
second.
much,
Appreciate
everybody.
it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thanks,
Aye.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good job,
Thank
Sam.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
guys.
You too,
Good job,
Dave.
Sam.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Do you guys want to bring it back for final full board? Sorry.
Yes.
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 Thanks,
Yes,
Alex.
we'll have everything for you. Don't worry. It'll be perfect.